Hello? How's it going?
All right.
Not bad. Mm-mm-mm. I've been rewatching some stuff on the Crunchyroll. Been
Yeah.
taking advantage of that, and then caught a couple like an episode of episode or two of Blue Lock. Finally saw a little bit of that. Some people like recommended that, and then and oh man, and me and Brenda are completely caught up with Attack on Titan.
Nice.
Yeah, and, didn't realize though what there's still more of
Oh,
yeah. So it's not done yet. And I was like, okay. So there's more stuff that's coming down in the fall or something like that. Um, so yeah, we're at there's like this big. They got these like episodic, kind of like hour long movie like things. So yeah, been quite
plus it
binging.
also plus it also doesn't help that they've been treating it a lot like a franchise. Because I remember seeing a lot of cross promotion stuff with
Mm-hmm.
Attack on Titan, like
For sure.
Attack on Titan with Spider Man, Attack on Titan with KFC. So,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a lot of anime does tend to have big promotional deals,
Everybody!
but
Hello.
hey,
Hey.
We're just talking about. Well, I just mentioned that I caught up with Attack on Titan. He's talking
Oh,
about franchising, like how Attack on Titan is being advertised as of late is quite the collaboration franchise thing.
yeah, it's like it's such a big deal. I can understand wanting to keep it on life support
Yeah,
because it's like
yeah.
the manga already ended, so they just go like, oh yeah, but let's keep that hype train going a little bit longer, make a
Mm-hmm.
few more extra stops before we reach our terminal, you know?
right. They just keep like splitting the ending into another season and another season.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you graph the number of episodes per, for the ending, it would just become an asymptote, a line that curves and gets closer and closer to the wide axis to the ending, but it never really reaches it.
Yeah, just barely.
Yeah. Watch,
Yeah.
they're just
So,
gonna they're gonna split the last episode into another season. And so on
well,
and so forth.
they already said that the what we saw was only the first part of three.
Jeez, really?
Yeah.
There's gonna be three
There's.
seasons for the ending?
It's like the ending is like the current one is an hour long. So I'm pretty sure the other two parts are an hour each.
Hmm, that
So
is
the
interesting.
season four is still season four. It's just
Right.
they have
Yeah,
like a
that's
movie long
cool.
episode now for the
That's true.
ending crescendo.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Hey, any of you guys see Guardians 3?
I have not. I've heard good things about
I
it.
have not yet, but yeah, probably gonna see it on Disney Plus. Honestly, at this rate.
Oh yeah.
Hello.
What's up, guys?
Hello.
How's it going?
What up? What up? What up?
Only good things in the world.
All the good things.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
Mm-hmm.
don't think I ever cried during a freaking Guardians of the Galaxy movie, and that really just stung me.
Oh.
So,
Oh.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
So, I mean, emotional response, that's fine. It's like, it's,
Mm.
it's different, but it's not disappointing. It's, so, I don't
Mm.
know. I think the ending is a very surprising moment, I'll just say.
Hmm.
Mm. Okay. We're on
That's
stream
good to
right now, but
hear.
we're not recording. But I'm gonna hit us off with starting recording right now. We're in episode 123. Okay.
Welcome to the world
Episode
of.
one, two, three.
Ooh.
Yeah, you're right. We're on 1, 2, 3. I didn't connect that until now. But let's just go straight into it. So, uh, yeah. Anybody seen it? Guardians?
Mm-mm.
No.
I have not seen it. Is anybody worried about spoilers?
No.
Kind of. I mean, if you guys are
Kinda.
gonna talk about it, go ahead.
I mean,
Just
I don't think
should.
I necessarily want to discuss it. I'm just,
Okay.
doing a note check in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
How would you rate it in
then-
comparison to
then-
the other two?
Yeah, there you go.
I would say two is still my favorite one.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I haven't seen the third one, but yeah, I think it's like an unpopular opinion to say that 2 is like better than 1, but I always thought it was better.
Interesting. It is an unpopular opinion, I guess. I still like the first one. I don't know why.
I just don't think the second one has a better story and a better villain.
Hmm.
Even
Oh, yeah, for
like
sure,
even though
actually.
Ego is not like memorable like as
At least he's
a
better
villain
than
like
the
compared
other
to the
dude.
other villains, he's way better than the original villain. And I think I always thought that the narrative in the first one just falls apart by the end, whereas I think the second one just like it has a better story throughout.
Yeah, it's really good at it has the perfect tone, I'd say.
Yeah.
Because it does feel like a lot of the events of Infinity War and Endgame kind of poisoned how 3 feels. But even with knowing that in mind, it manages to pull itself through for what it is. And I would recommend if you haven't watched the freaking holiday special, please do. I'm not saying that ties into it. I'm just saying it just makes it feel all the more impactful.
I'll take your recommendation. I've been wanting to watch it simply because I just like, ridiculous, ham-fisted, just little, fun stuff like that. So, I'll watch it just for the, just for shits and giggles.
Yeah, I saw it. It was funny.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
it was. I mean, it's all I like.
It's
does
all in
anybody
fun. It's
does anybody
pretty
like
tongue-in-cheek.
put that on a high? Oh man, this is Oscar win. You know what I mean? Like it's a holiday special. Like come on. Not
Right,
even-
it's gotta be tongue in cheek. That's exactly my point. Like,
Yeah, yeah. It's
I want to watch it just when I have nothing else to watch.
Yeah. It doesn't have this huge impact to the story, I imagine. But yeah. But yeah, I've seen it.
So you're saying that there's a
I don't
little
know.
bit that ties in.
Is there a little bit that ties in?
It's just more the where they have their home base.
Mm,
You get more of a feel for it.
I see. Yeah.
Gotta be-
So
Gunn's last movie with the MCU. Huh?
Thank
Yeah,
God. All
yeah,
of his best stuff
that's-
is outside of the MCU, so I can't wait to see what he's gonna do with DC.
Well, I would argue that, like, I mean, Guardians of the Galaxy is probably some of the best of like Marvel because all the rest of the Marvel movies just ended up taking after Guardians of the Galaxy.
I mean, that's true. I don't think that's why it's the best. I think that it was highly successful because of that, but I don't think it's like better than a lot of the other ones. I think I like the characters and it's certainly always funny and fun, but like I don't know. Those movies they never really resonated with me the way some of the others did.
Plus, also,
And I
there's,
think
like,
something like Peacemaker and the Suicide Squad is way better than any of
Sure.
that stuff.
Plus, also, there's like the other thing is too. Just because it's popular and they took onto a trend doesn't mean that trend or that thing makes it actually good. It's just more like
Right. I mean,
a
I
lot
kind of
people
find
enjoyed it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of find it annoying that they're all trying to be Guardians because none of them
Right.
are. Even though I have issues with
Doesn't
the Guardians of
have
the Galaxy
identity.
movies, like it does have that trademark humor that's very appealing, and I don't think any of the other movies that have tried to be it have like matched it. So it's kind of like it's almost like an exercise in futility, where it's just like, why don't you just do your own thing instead of trying to be the same movie?
Right.
True, but not that I want to bring up the, the thing that people say about Dark Souls, but it is like the Dark Souls of like
Yeah,
the
it
MCU in the
is.
sense that
Yeah,
like it set up a tone that all the other movies were in various degrees of success trying to emulate. But
yeah, I
definitely
agree.
the original Guardians is still one of my favorites for the MCU. Um, so I'm excited to see something that's uh, that hopefully past that the flame with the gun you know gets to have with the movies. Um, and like you said, his best work is probably outside of the MCU, like with the Suicide Squad and Peacemaker. I'm 100% there with you. Those are better with than his Marvel movies. So I hope that having such a long break from seeing the Guardians and seeing them again has some sort of effect even after the whole Marvel fatigue that people keep talking about.
Yeah.
Mm, true. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know about. I don't know about me. I don't know if I can. I don't know if two or Guardians 1 or 2. Like I definitely agree with the villain aspect for sure.
Hmm.
But I don't know. I don't know what. I actually don't have it. I can't think of an opinion really on that one. Like, it really was just. If I remember it, I was like, I really enjoyed the first one, but that was easily just fizzled out after other ones came out. So
Right.
at that point, it was just kind of like a fad to kind of like a momentary fad to enjoy it. It was enjoyable for its time, but I don't know. Like it did. Definitely there's definitely others that are like much more meaty as a movie, I guess, or well rounded.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, in comparison within the Marvel, like all the Marvel
Right.
movies, But I don't know, like what I can't really see. Yeah.
There
But
are
yeah,
so
maybe
many
the
other.
third one will kind of. I feel like too also seeing the trilogy might like seeing as a whole, um, the third movie might develop a better opinion on it. But yeah, well, I mean, it's good that people are getting a good reaction out of it.
Yeah.
I haven't seen many
Yeah, I
reviews on it,
mean,
so
if it's underperforming, it is what it is. It just happens to be bad timing, and people are having Marvel fatigue. So I I know James Gunn did the best he could, and it's not a bad installment. It's just
mm,
circumstantially thinking it still could have been better. Um, I will say I don't like how Adam Warlock was handled in the movie, but
Hmm.
you kind of see why they underplayed him in this as well. Um, so yeah, that's just one of the things I don't like about
That's the one
this.
thing that I've heard. That yeah, like he's kind of treated as an afterthought. That at some point they probably wrote the script and somebody read it and they're like, hey, you remember, hey, Gon, you remember Adam Warlock is supposed to be in this, and he probably
Yeah.
reacted like, ah, shit.
Yeah. That
Yeah,
sounds about right. Yeah.
he gets Taika Waititi Thor syndrome. That's what happens.
Hmm.
Like, oh, he's a big threat. Then he becomes like a bumbling blockhead. It's just
Interesting.
here.
Hmm.
No, no, I'll put it. No, it's Team Rocket syndrome. They were threatening when Ash first sees them, and then after a few episodes in, they're treated as a joke.
Huh.
ah,
Adam
I see.
Warlock is James of Team Rocket.
Adam
Damn.
Warlock blasting off again.
Yeah,
Again,
but yeah, exactly.
again, proving that those end credits shit you just don't mean anything.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean that is one thing where it's like the movie I feel like kind of probably can't win in that respect where it's like this fucking thing was set up in like the end credits like 6 years ago. Like,
Yeah.
nobody fucking even if you're, unless you're such a huge hardcore Marvel fan that you like remember every little thing, you probably don't remember that. Like, and why should you? You know, like it's just yeah, it's just yeah, shit like that is just that's kind of yeah. I think it probably is what you were saying, Carlos, where it was like, hey, remember all this shit we set up? It's like, yeah, I guess we gotta put it in now. It's like, yeah,
That's funny.
You know, well, I really wish that at some point they just kind of stop putting those end credit things. But,
Yeah.
you know,
they really have kind of just become more annoying than anything to me.
Hmm.
mhm. Remember when they had that? Well,
That Hercules
you know,
one is so stupid.
remember when they had that whole fourth wall breaking, Captain America? Making the joke that like,
I love that one.
so
I was actually gonna mention
yeah,
that. Yeah,
I
that one.
wish that
I
they had
wish.
stopped having them after that.
Right.
Which one are you
Yeah.
talking about?
It's the one after I think the second Spider-Man movie. Is it the second one? No, the first one. Is it the
Was
first
it
one?
the first one? Yeah, where
It,
Captain
it
America
had
is
to
like
be
making a
because
making a PSA.
yeah, he's a
And
PSA and you're
Oh,
tardy or
yeah.
something or you're in
Right,
tension.
right.
You're in detention. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah.
No, oh man.
Yeah, I don't think they should make them if they're going to be shit like that, which is what they have become more and more as time goes
Right.
on, where it's just a joke. It's
Mm.
like,
Yeah.
I don't need another joke. If you're going to make me, like, wait after the credits, like, it better be something good. Like, I don't want just another throwaway joke here. Like,
Right. It needs to be substantial or, it needs to be some actual leading story point or important
yeah.
in some small minute way, I guess.
Do you
Well, I
think
don't
that
know. They
sometimes?
already do it. It's pretty small.
Do you think that's sometimes like driven by their ego that they actually want people to watch the credits because it's supposed to be like tradition
like-
and respect
It's
to
more-
the
it
to
is
the people making them.
tradition. It like, okay,
Yeah.
okay. I'm saying it's tradition, but that's an excuse. Really, like when people say tradition, it's just their excuse to just maintain the status quo.
Mm.
Where it's like
Mhm.
this is the checklist of things I have to do to make this thing.
Yeah. I mean,
And
which
they're-
is
and they
kind
say,
of what
"Oh, this
Marvel
is
movies
tradition."
are, right? I mean, that's kind of what the MCU is, where every movie does have a formula, and they
Right.
sort of have to adhere to the formula, even if it's against their better judgment, just because Marvel demands it. So
Mhm.
yeah,
Which is also ridiculous too. That
Yeah.
that they have to stick to that.
Yeah.
Which is it's just dumb. It's
I mean
just
that's why
like
they turn
you
a
put
lot
yourself
of
in a
good.
box. It's like,
Yeah, I mean that's why they end up
why?
turning away a lot of great filmmakers and actors because it's like, hey, wouldn't this be a cool movie? Yeah, and then they get into it, and then it's like, yeah, but you make sure you do this, and we have to have this, and this, and this, and that's like why Edgar Wright left, where
Yeah.
he was gonna direct
Yeah.
the first Ant-Man, and he wrote it, and you can tell with the writing, oh yeah, this is Edgar Wright, but then the directing's not the same, and then Joaquin Phoenix, being Doctor Strange and all these things, like where it's like, yeah, I mean you're gonna turn away the more like auteur people who
Right.
want like, hey, this would be a cool one-off movie, but we don't necessarily want to connect it to 25 other movies.
Joaquin Phoenix totally walked away, huh?
Yeah, and I mean, I
I
kind
mean,
of
it
prefer
kinda makes
Benedict
sense.
Cumberbatch anyway, to be honest. But like, and I think he makes a great Doctor Strange. But like, it would have still been cool if you had somebody like that in the MCU, especially with Edgar Wright. Like, I mean, like that would have been amazing if he had been part of it. But I also totally understand why he's like, I'm not gonna do this. Like, he spent like 8 years trying to develop that movie. Like,
Mm.
it sucks, but yeah.
Then there's also like eventually colliding of like different people. Like, what if they don't agree on like how to do certain things? That's also very difficult, I bet, because you got some people that are like really put like a lot of ownership into thing that they're making. So if they're
Yeah.
clashing with ideas, especially if it's like a really big actor too, there's also that. I'm not saying Joaquin and like was doing that with anybody else. I'm just saying that eventually that would potentially happen.
But I mean, I mean, somebody like Edgar Wright, like his style of editing and having the actors be in very specific poses and everything has to be a certain way. That's just like not going to work with Marvel, you know?
No.
Yeah.
I was watching I think it was Anna Kendrick, the one who was talking about it. That working with Edgar Wright was like he was such a specific director. He doesn't sometimes he doesn't want you to blink.
Oh, I've seen that.
There was
interview,
some there was some scenes that they had to do where like you had to be fixated
Yeah.
in a very particular way.
Yeah, she was talking about like that was an old interview. I remember watching that years ago when like Scott Pilgrim came out, where she was talking about like, assuming it's the same interview, she was talking about how it's almost like kind of like
Being
you're
a
like
puppet.
a puppet
Yeah.
in like his movie,
Yeah.
where it's just like you have to be in a specific way and it has to be exactly this way. But then it always works out in the end. Like he knows what he's doing.
He's like a less
Right.
sadistic Alfred Hitchcock.
Unless it, yeah. Well,
Yeah, he doesn't like.
It sounds
he
like
doesn't
he has
play
a.
pranks on his actors and do horrifying things to them for the take.
Right. He doesn't,
I want to get a genuine reaction out of you by fucking freaking you out.
Yeah.
We're just gonna throw a bunch of pigeons at you and see how you react. Isn't that abuse? Oh god, my eyes.
Oh Lord. Okay, so what was I gonna say? All right, so let's
Let's talk about the episode.
talk about things. Anybody? Let's see. I'm gonna go over some of the stuff that I think we didn't touch on. Did we didn't touch on anything about season 3 is the last time we're gonna see Henry Cavill as Geralt. There's a teaser or trailer on that. Did we get a time to talk about? I think we talked about Unrecord. We talked about it, right?
Undercore?
Is
Armored
Unrecord?
Core?
Yeah.
Unrecord. No, we didn't. we
Unrecord.
did
Yeah, we
definitely
talked
did
about
not
that.
talk. We did not talk about that, right?
We talked
Did
about Unrecord. Yeah,
No, we
Okay.
didn't. I don't remember.
we
talking
did with the
about
The cam,
I-
body cam,
I-
right?
yeah the very realistic like game.
Yeah, that's a body cam, like, and then you're playing a cop of some sort, and
Yeah,
it threw Twitter for a whirlwind because people thought it was just like a real thing.
Oh, I'm sorry. You said on record. I thought you said Ardmore Core.
I
No.
did, but then he was saying Unrecord. Yeah.
Yeah, Unrecord.
Okay, so yeah, we
Unrecord.
definitely talked about it.
We
Yeah,
talked about we talked about that. I didn't talk too much about Better Call Saul. Did anybody see that?
I did.
You guys talked about it last
Did we?
week.
Okay.
We touched upon it. We definitely didn't go.
Okay.
Yeah, you can talk about it more if you want, but yeah.
I can't remember what I mean, you know.
We had
I
to
think if we
rewatch
talked
it.
about it, we talked about it. I'm okay with moving on. I'm not
It was
saying it's
good.
bad. Yeah, it's good. It was great. I loved it. Moving on. Because there's so much to talk about. I just want to catch ourselves up with all the things. And then let's see, what is it? Internet Mark Scalper. Okay, we already definitely talked about that.
We laughed at them,
Yeah, we laughed about Black Mirror's coming back.
yeah. We didn't talk about it.
We didn't really talk about that. It's gonna have the actor Aaron Paul in one of the episodes, I guess. Yeah.
It's gonna have a lot of what's it called? It's gonna have a lot of good actors. I mean,
Yeah.
big actors like
Right,
Aaron
yeah.
Paul and
Annie Murphy,
Oh,
and
she's
Michael
so-
Cera.
You need to watch Schitt's Creek. That show is
Schitt's
fun.
Creek's awesome, yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
I think one of my favorite characters is Alexis. I really like the progression.
She's
of that character.
great. Yeah.
What's that on?
Netflix.
Should be on Netflix, I think. Yeah.
Oh, it is. Okay.
I think it's on Hulu too now, actually.
Oh, huh.
Yeah, but I remember watching it on Netflix. Yeah.
I see. Let's see, I was thinking of the times. Okay, I did talk about that. We did talk about. I think we mentioned about Bungie changing and stuff.
Engines.
And yeah, we didn't talk about Armor Core because that's the newest one, right? That one's the 27th.
Yes.
Yeah. So I saw the gameplay trailer on that as well. That's interesting. Yeah, the whole UK is essentially blocking the merger or the
Right.
the consumption of Activision Blizzard. What is it? Oh, Twisted Metal. What the hell?
On
I saw
Peacock.
that.
That is
Yeah.
interesting.
I saw the teaser. I was like, huh?
Yeah, it's. I mean, it is the definition of a teaser. It's Anthony Mackie in a car, and that's it. Like,
Yeah.
and you get a little sweet tooth at the end, I guess. But yeah,
Did he
Okay.
look very CG to you or not?
sweet
What
tooth.
So, yeah.
the
Or was it just my imagination?
I don't know.
I don't remember him looking CG, but
I don't
I
think
watched
he
the
is.
trailer a while ago. I don't
Because he doesn't have his head on fire, right?
know. No,
Hmm.
I think it was
Okay,
just
so-
a mask, right? Like it was just like clown mask.
Right. Yeah.
Imagine if the actor has to have his head on fire the entire time. They do it practically.
They just light it on fire. It's like, all right, we're ready. Action.
Oh, we didn't get it. Do it again.
Yeah.
It's in my eyes. It's in my eyes.
Oh, God.
Stop blinking.
And then Survivor looks like performance issues on the PC. I think we'd already talked about that, honestly, right?
Yeah, I don't
That's
know
what
that
we're
there's
talking
that much more to say on that one.
Yeah, other than
It's
it's
like-
just it's boo boo. Yeah.
Have you been playing that game, Apollo?
Yeah, I played a bunch of it this past weekend. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
It definitely, it's there's a shit ton of screen tearing. It's not like bad, but it is constant.
Huh.
Where it's like at the top of the screen is constantly like like it's
PS5?
tearing. Yeah. I mean, yeah, and there are some
Huh.
frame drops.
That
And
is absurd.
yeah,
I
it is.
expected
It
on
is.
PC, but on PS5, come on.
Yeah.
Huh.
I mean, so the top of the screen constantly tearing. Yeah. It doesn't make it unplayable by any standards, but it is, you have to tune it out for sure. Yeah, and then there's, like I said, there's some frame drops. There's not really anything else. I've heard that it's been crashing for people on the consoles. I haven't experienced any crashes, but I'm only like 8 hours in, and it's apparently a really big, long game, so we'll see.
I see. Okay.
Is the gameplay, a little bit tighter than its predecessor?
Yes. I think, like, already, it's way better than the first one to me.
Okay.
Which, I like the first one, but it's, it's only a solid game. It's not more than that. This one, it has that sort of, still that basic feeling. Like, it still like, this is Respawn's, like, second non-Titanfall, non-Apex game. Without, it's not an FPS. It's not that fast, kinetic, frenetic sort of thing. And it does feel like a second game, the same way the first one felt like a first game of a studio and that way. But like, it does feel like a lot better. I think it plays better. Yeah, I mean, it's a really fun game, and the open worlds are very compelling as well to explore. So
Oh, good.
yeah,
'Cause the
I'm
first one-
enjoying it. Yeah.
Good, because the first one,
Okay.
like as much fun as I had with the first one, and and as much as I wanted to explore those worlds, sometimes they were really annoying to explore.
They were very annoying. I think that was like the only reason I didn't platinum the first game was because I was like, it's fun. Like it would have been fun to sort of it's one of those games where you just turn on a podcast and like grind away on like the objectives and the collectibles and stuff. And I couldn't do it with that game because the maps were so bad. Like they're not made for double backing. They're not made for like going back and collecting shit. And that's like, the whole crux of the platinum. This one, the level design is good, but I will say that like the actual map, like looking at the topography on like this little digital slab, still sucks. Like the map is still actually it sucks still. I don't know how how they keep making such bad maps, but the actual level design is better in that like it's meant to like be backtracked upon. So
What I've noticed is sometimes making a map or your level, it's actually harder than actually making the level itself. Like some games just get it
Seems that
completely
way.
wrong.
yeah.
I remember like I could never make heads or tails of like the original maps for BioShock. Like
Oh,
I would just
yeah,
memorize
yeah.
it and because looking at the thing I'm like, where's the stairs? Where's
Yeah.
the floor? Like it was just easier to just memorize the map than looking at the damn map and trying to figure out how to get there from there.
I mean, you just look at the map in this game, and it is like it's just like a ball of colors. Like it's just nonsense. I'm like, I don't know what I'm looking at, and like it's you can't put down like actual waypoints or anything in the world, which is you know.
That's
It's always
annoying.
nice. It's always nice when games have that. It's just like I don't know why that's just like not the standard. Like still,
Wow.
because it's like you look at it on the map, you don't understand it, and so you're like, I don't know where I'm supposed to go. And there are times where you'll get lost in the world because it's just like I have no idea. There's no objective marker. There's nothing.
Damn.
Interesting.
Well, at least it's sounds like there's a good game under it, rather than.
Oh yeah, I mean yeah, it's a very fun game. I would recommend it for sure.
Yeah, there's the we didn't post it as a thing to talk about, but Redfall is. Oh wait, no, I did post
I
it.
think you did. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I think you
it's
posted it,
bad.
right?
It's bad.
Yeah.
It's like performing bad, and also the game, even if
Sounds like
performs
it's just
well,
a really boring game
Yeah.
too, even if it didn't have all the performance issues. Yeah.
Yeah, so damn.
Oh yeah, I think I did put. I don't think I put it like on the thing that you posted, but I did put a comment somewhere here where I was talking because it's Arcane, right? And people keep saying I hear a lot of like we're talking professionals in the business from big outlets and small outlets going like it's Arcane. I expect a good game, and it's. I gotta say I've said it before, but it definitely demands saying it here. We have to stop conflating the two Arcanes. They're two different studios under the same developer, but they're not the same studio. So I looked it up like a few days ago, and I thought that Arcane had always been separate. They haven't, but like they made a bunch of games, and then up until I think the first Dishonored was their last game where they were the same studio. Then they branched off, and now they're pretty much autonomous studios. There's no more cross pollination where they're like helping each other or any of that. It's like there's Arcane Lyon in France and there's Arcane Austin. Arcane Lyon made Dishonored 2, they made Deathloop, the good ones. And then no offense to Prey, but Arcane Austin made Prey and they made this. And I keep hearing so many people just going like, it's Arcane, they made Dishonored 2 and Deathloop, and I'm like, that was Arcane Lyon. This is Arcane Austin who made Prey. Like, and even if you love Prey, I can't imagine you saying Prey is better than Dishonored 2 or Deathloop. I just can't see it. So, like, these are two different studios under the same moniker.
Right. I see.
That's
So,
confusing.
yeah,
Honestly,
so in other words, like, it's not that, like, Arcane's always made these great games. Like, it depends on which studio you're talking about. And this is the no offense, but lesser studio of the two.
Oh yeah, no. Prey is probably their best game from the two. It sounds like, but even that's like a pretty acquired taste.
Right.
Acquired taste.
To put it kindly, it took me like 3 times to get into the game. And at some point I was just like, okay, I just want to get through it.
Right.
Hey, can I just get through this game?
Yeah.
Oh man, damn.
But how long were they in the development from that one for Redfall?
I don't know.
Anybody know? It sounds like
Probably
a while.
since Prey. I mean, probably since Prey, which was back in 2017. So.
Yeesh. That's like
have
6
No
years.
idea. Yeah, I have no idea. But have you seen like?
I mean, it sucks
I
for
didn't post
Xbox
something.
fans.
True.
'Cause
Yes.
it's another Xbox exclusive that is like not great, and
Yeah.
they've
yeah.
had. I mean, yeah, I was thinking about it the other
I
day.
was
and
reading
it's
all that
been-
stuff. Have you heard the response? The like, what's his name from Xbox had said and stuff like that.
Oh,
It's,
Phil Spencer. Yeah.
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 What did he say?
I mean, he was like taking the responsibility for it. And
Like we should have helped them. We should have like.
Right, and I'm like,
we didn't know
I
that
mean,
they needed
you
that
guys-
much help or something. Or
I
whatever.
mean, to be fair, like Xbox manages, they have an insane number of studios. They have like
Right.
34 studios.
Like, who's
or
gonna
something
go over to knock
crazy.
on his door and say, "Hey, Redfall sucks right now. Please help."
Yeah, I don't know
Can you
how
imagine?
much. I don't know how much Microsoft interfering would have like helped the
Would have
game.
helped, yeah.
Like,
Maybe
so,
just delaying it. at the very
Maybe,
least.
yeah.
But after 6 years, like, come on, the Legend of Zelda, you know, Tears of the Kingdom, has had the same development, and it's about to probably
Yeah.
be a really, really good game. I don't know. I'm excited. I hope it is good.
I
Um,
imagine it'll be great. Yeah.
Yeah.
but unless Phil Spencer, went out there and be like, all right, you guys are going to completely remake the game because I don't want like your original idea for Redfall, and then told them to just get it done quickly. I don't see how
Yeah.
he can. I don't see how why he would have to, like, take
4 years. It's been in development for 4 years. That's still a long time.
Yeah, that is still a long.
Plus, also, I mean, Apollo does have a good point. There is a lot of studios under Microsoft's umbrella. So
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, they can't. They're not great at managing any of their studios. That's the thing. So it's like you can't
Yeah.
kind of, yeah, it didn't do well, but I mean, most of your exclusives don't fucking do well, even if they do well. Meaning, like something like Gears 5, like it reviews well, but then it still doesn't sell because you have it on Game Pass. So it's like they're sort
Right.
of shooting themselves in the foot sometimes. But
Mm.
yeah, it's. I mean,
also, it's another thing to say that's like kind of confusing for like if you were to like talk about maybe like how much of what they do is actually involved with them. Do they kind of just let them? It's like, here you go,
Right.
these are the things you can do. Have at it, and
Yeah.
sometimes that's like a confusing thing where it's like how much should I involve myself in their project at all, right? Like,
well, I mean, that's the thing too,
That's
is
the-
that Arcane is owned by Bethesda, so it's like Arcane being under the umbrella of Bethesda, and Bethesda being under the umbrella of Microsoft. So if anyone aside from Arcane is at fault, it's Bethesda, not so
Right,
much Microsoft.
that's
So yeah,
yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, I really do feel for Xbox fans.
That's
who
a
just-
lot of people to go through if you
Yeah, it is.
yeah,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like
A
just
shit ton, yeah.
just like that's a lot of people to
I mean, it's the Office Space thing where it's like, yeah, I have like
Yeah.
8 bosses.
eight
You know,
bosses,
it's
right?
like-
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's you can only it's tricky, and yeah, Xbox is but it's been like a decade now of just like subpar
Right.
Xbox first party exclusives. Like
Sucks.
it's really sucks. And the thing is, they acquired a bunch of these great studios like 2-3 years ago, and so before we start seeing those, or like I guess by the time we start seeing those, if those aren't hitting and like getting great reviews, then I'd say they're in a lot of trouble.
Right.
Just because there's
Did
only
you hear
so
about
much
the
you can
other
do.
thing he said about the whole like we're not here making like he said even if we were to make great games that doesn't mean that's gonna sell units.
It's
Well, I
true.
mean,
Very-
sure, especially, yes, but I mean, like I
Yeah.
said,
Yeah,
that's
I know,
mostly
right?
because of the Game Pass thing.
Yeah.
That's mostly because like there's no way it would sell
Exactly.
units, because as soon as you have like a great game, everybody's gonna be like, cool, I'm gonna go play it on Game Pass. Can't wait. And it's like, well, cool, you made like $1 for every game. Like that's not quite making up the hundreds of millions you're putting into every game. Like it's
Right.
you can't win. They already
Yeah.
said they're hemorrhaging money from Game Pass, so it's like,
Yeah,
you know,
they stated on that same thing that they were saying is that, hey, like a lot of people are talking about how like, hey, console wars and blah blah blah, and he's like, well, I mean, we're not fighting any, like, you say that we're fighting a console war, but we're not playing into that game. We're
I
trying
mean,
to make
to be
the
fair, the
platform,
console
you know what
wars don't really exist anymore. Like,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
more of like fan tribalism, where it's like the
Mhm.
fans want it this way, but like the developers and even I don't even think the hardware manufacturers, I don't even think they care anymore.
Yeah,
Like it's like, what's the point at this point? It's just, I don't know. Nintendo doesn't compete, and they're doing just fine. Like Sony is kind of like Sony. I would say Sony and Nintendo have the best first-party lineup, and Sony has the more frequent of those lineups in terms of like more high-quality games come out faster than Nintendo. And then Microsoft's is like way back, where it's like They're not
Mhm.
selling. They're not selling anywhere near as much as the PS5 or the Switch, and they don't really have great first party exclusives. So it's like, even if the console wars did exist, it's like, why even compete? Better to even just call it a truce at that point, because it's
Mhm.
like,
I mean, hell, if MLB the Game by Sony Studios is on Nintendo Switch, that should tell you
yeah,
what kind of state that the console wars is in. I mean, I remember
yeah,
seeing developer notes for their dev kits saying that they have support for Nintendo Switch on Sony's end. I'm like, what was that for? And that was before the announcement of MLB on Nintendo Switch. So,
yeah.
yeah,
Mhm.
the world is a bit more complex than people think.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree
Oh,
because
and
like,
I remember there was like one baseball game. It
hmm?
They had to put Nintendo's logo on it because Nintendo owns one of the baseball stadiums. So as a
Hmm.
sponsor, it was a legal binding thing.
Ah,
It's a
Interesting.
funny thing that happens around these times.
hmm, that is interesting. They had to get that flex right there. We had to flex that muscles right there. Um, but yeah, yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. It really does. They're really trying to make it make the whole like platform like, hey, we're a platform. We're trying to do our business in a more of a platform than it is a like, oh, buy this console type of situation because of XYZ good game.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that makes sense too, especially for them.
yeah, especially like the way they're trying to do it. But yeah, I don't. Man, struggle bus.
Huh. Well, hopefully they get a good exclusive in now and then. I mean, they did have the one game, Hi-Fi Radio, Hi-Fi Rush.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was on a smaller scale. That's not
Yeah.
like quite like AAA. Like it's not like a Halo or anything, but
Right.
yeah, that game. I don't know how well it did commercially, but it definitely did really well critically.
Yeah, for sure.
And I think that was by Tango Softworks, who usually does like that's like that. I mean, Shinji Mikami owned it, and he was like one of the main creators there. I think he has left since then, but yeah, I think that was like, and they usually make like the Evil Within games, so that was like that was a major twist for them, and I think they like surprise launched it too, so it was a huge surprise for a lot of people,
Yeah.
which is pretty cool. That's cool to see them doing something totally different, but like doing it arguably better than the Evil Within games. So
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. Yeah, it was a nice surprise from what I read and heard. Haven't played it myself yet. It's an interesting concept. It's like a beat 'em up, but with like, uh, kind of like with the rhythm of the music or something like that. That's playing.
Yeah, it's kind
right,
of
Something like
like
that.
Set Radio and Saturday morning cartoons rolled into one.
Mm-hmm.
right,
With, some, I guess some people might have compared it to Kingdom Hearts. I'm not sure. It has that little like platform action
You know,
game going on.
that is a good example of like, you could do something experimental, like forget the marketing, just have it launch. Just boom, right?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of go through the headache of trying to drum up any sort of like uh, height for it and shit like that. That would.
Don't make the game you think it'll sell. Make the game that you want to play, and then people will follow or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah. Agreed. So there's that. Let's see. Somebody. Oh, okay. Did we talk about this one? This one's could be a topic. Did we talk about why have so many current gen games launched in great condition on console and terrible condition in PC? I think we touched a little bit
We
on
talked
that
about
already.
that last week. Yeah.
Oh, okay. And then there's we did talk about. I think we did talk about this one. Major publishers like cost $1 billion. Like it's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
They're so bad at budgeting.
Yeah.
Like that was actually the original reason why remember when the original Destiny came out and like all the headlines were going around saying that like, oh, this game is like $500 million.
Yeah.
And when you talk to the developers, they were like, no, we only used probably a fraction of that to actually make the game. Most of it was just marketing.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think it was like, yeah, they spent like 200 million on Destiny. It was like 300 million was like marketing or something like that. But then, yeah, I mean, yeah, we talked about this last week, but it's just, yeah, it's just ridiculous. It's stupid, and a lot of that is on the marketing campaign, the PR side of it as well. It's still insane though, like, because even if you look at it from like those rules of like, oh, we spent like almost half on the actual game, and then like half the other half or whatever 60% on marketing. It's still like, I mean, you're still spending like 500 million on a game like that with like diminishing returns in terms of results, like in major franchises and ongoing series. So it's just ridiculous and not sustainable and really dumb.
It's why they want to keep. It's why they want to pass on that they're bad budgeting to the consumer by increasing the prices, which we've argued back and forth whether the games should be more expensive since
the debate of increasing the prices.
Exactly.
At the same time, there's always that they always could just shove more DLCs and more in-game purchases too. Shove it in your face.
But I mean, I think when we talked about that though, like the thing that I sort of ended on was what I think Sean brought it up, where he was saying like, okay, like if we increase the prices, like it has to be worth the increase, right? We have to see the results in the game. Like, are the games worth more? And they're not. They're absolutely not. We talk about it all the time where it's like most of these games are getting worse. They're not better. And so I can't, even if I say, I think games should cost more, I can't justify the cost, the increase, where it's like, I think the games are getting actively worse year over year,
Right. Yeah, like where is the money going, basically?
Yeah.
Like, is it wherever it, like, certainly, like, the people that, work in the industry needs to get paid. Like, nope, definitely we can all agree on that. It's just that then what are we spending this on?
Yeah.
And again, marketing is worth it, and it's like it makes sense, but then if it's getting to a point where you're not making a good game, then like it's absurd to put that budget that direction.
I mean, it's kind of silly because games like say Call of Duty, they're going to sell. Like that
like,
is the
you
one
really need the marketing.
probably...
Yeah,
exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, look at Beyonce. She just like put out her album and people bought it. Like she was so smart and thinking like, I don't need to put so much more into marketing.
Exactly.
I'm fucking Beyonce.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's very true. A lot of these companies are still stuck to that old school way of marketing, where it's like, okay, we got to have like a 1, 2, 3 year marketing cycle. And it's like, but we already know, like it's been such a long time. People going, we don't want that long of a marketing cycle, because people see it at E3 or what used to be E3. And then, a year later, you see a little bit more. And a year later, the game comes out. And it's like people have forgotten about it, then remembered it, then forgotten it. And the hype is, ebbing and flowing. Wouldn't you want to peak the hype, then make the sales, and then move on to the next thing? Like, I don't understand what this roller coaster experience they're trying to, like, bring in with the marketing. It's just like it's so dumb. And we've seen things like Fallout 4 have a 6-month marketing window where they announce the game and it comes out in 6 months and it does really, really well. Like, and like you were saying, Carlos, stuff like Call of Duty, I don't even think we need 6 months to know in advance. The people that are going to buy Call of Duty are going to buy it year after year after year. They don't care about developers. They don't care about publishers. Oh, the internal drama, they don't give a fuck. The people who buy Call of Duty, they buy it to play with their friends a couple hours a night. They will pick it up regardless. Same thing with FIFA, same thing with Madden, all these annualized series. Like, you definitely should be going for the less marketing angle.
I mean, especially those franchises, right? Like we know that there's going to be a new Call of Duty next November. Like they have them
Yeah.
on on fucking clockwork.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's pretty much expected.
Yeah.
And even, I mean, it goes to show too. Like when they had that really poor like reception for like, oh, what was it? PlayStation was gonna get a map early or something like that, and everybody was just like,
Yeah.
like the fucking announcer is the one clapping. Like,
Yeah,
why
yeah,
isn't
yeah.
anybody
Right.
looking around? Like, why isn't anybody clapping? Why is this? Like, fuck, that's embarrassing.
She was the Jeb Bush of like, please clap.
You just please clap. Isn't this what you wanted? He was like, I guess. Like,
People
Oh,
play
man.
where their friends are. If their friends are on PlayStation, they're gonna buy it on PlayStation. If they're on Xbox, they're on PC, they're gonna buy it there. We don't care about getting a map early on PlayStation. No one cares. Like you
Yeah.
have to understand, like that
so
audience.
crazy.
Most of the Call of Duty players that buy it year after year, they don't give a fuck about any of it. Just give them the game. That's all
Yeah.
they want. Like they're
Yeah.
not watching the press conferences and shit. They like the research shows this. Like they don't give a fuck. Just give them the game and they will gobble it the fuck up.
Oh man.
That's
It's so
a
funny.
kind of the nice thing that the console wars are done. There's it still exists. There's still people who are tribalized like that, but it's definitely to so much lesser extent than it used to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially the whole like cross-platform situation where it's now expected.
Right.
It's like now you then there you go. You just like destroyed part of people's like marketing strategy. Remember when his like marketing strategy was like, oh, how do we
Yeah,
get
that's true.
people to sell the consoles because this good game is going to be on there or something like that.
Right.
Now it's like, no, like it's more like it's expected that this is gonna be something that everybody can play.
Right. I mean, that's when you see the dip in the sales when it's not crossplay anymore, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh, this is coming out and it's not crossplay, and people are like, what the fuck? I'm not buying this. I want to play with my friends on PC. Like it's
Yeah. It's definitely this yeah, and I think I feel like it honestly started with Fortnite, like where
Yeah.
like the demand of like, oh, I could play this game for free and I could play it on any
right.
console anywhere. Like then fuck that, like it's a win. It's a win for the game, and they don't have to adhere to like console demands necessarily. And is a win for the developer too. But the big EAs and all them, they're like, what? But money.
Right.
So they make their shitty Warzone, and then I bet they're really like rolling over when it comes to like the games that they made, and the Warzone's more popular, I guess. Like
Yeah.
they've been trying so hard to like ham-fist their way into like, you got to get the game and then like get into the marketplace and purchase these things. And I feel like that if anything, like I feel like the next couple Call of Duty games are just like, you're gonna see even more shit coming from that. Like
Yeah.
it's gonna
Yeah.
be like
I mean,
all their energy is allocated towards the free to play Warzone and trying to make their marketplace, buying skins like more valuable. They're trying to chase the Fortnite money.
It seems like I don't know. I haven't looked into like
Hmm.
the stats on it, but it seems like Warzone is not doing well. I think viewership is. I'm pretty sure viewership
Yeah.
is way down, and I think a lot of streamers have just abandoned the game. Even
Yep.
like streamers who played it all the time. Like I don't
True.
usually see Tim, the Tap Man, or Doctor Disrespect, or they're like
And the irony is
like
that
their entourage playing it.
yeah, what's the irony of you saying that is that they were the last two of their group of people that they play
Yeah.
with that is
Yeah.
still playing it. And the problem here, and in their particular perspective, the reason why is because competitively it's just bad. Like competitively is bad. There's no support when it comes to that, because clearly they don't see the money in it. And then two, like it's just so late in the game when it comes to like them trying to create events and make events surround it. Like the last time I was hearing was like what they did, like there was like that Godzilla thing collaboration or whatever.
Right.
Basically, they're trying to do collaborations and they just don't know how to fucking do it.
Well, they're trying to do it. They're trying to pull what Fortnite is pulling with these giant
Right.
events, but it's like you're not Fortnite. Like it's not the
Exactly.
same game.
Yeah.
It's not the same thing, and you don't put the effort behind it that Epic puts behind these giant events. Like
Yeah.
that's the thing about like Activision and Call of Duty. And it's been the case since Modern Warfare 2. When they have a problem in the game, whatever it may be, it takes if they ever fix it, and a lot of times they don't, it just goes unfixed. If they ever fix it, it takes fucking forever for them to
Right.
fix issues in their games, and that doesn't work well in a live service battle royale type of game where people are playing it every day and they expect these changes. You're seeing Epic, I mean, don't get me wrong, they're grinding their workforce into the fucking ground, but like they're still like you see the changes and these issues being addressed way quicker. And with Warzone, it's like 9 months down the line, a year down the line, you still have the same issues in the game. There's only so much that people will put up with before they're just like, I could fucking play something else. Like even as a streamer,
Maybe they'll just go to Redfall to make fun of it so that to get some sort of
Yep.
semblance of joy.
yeah.
Some sort of resemblance.
semblance of joy. That's how that it is. At least they could go to that and like, oh man, I don't know what is gonna happen in this.
Not that I want to play, a bad game, but we should probably get together and, and play a bad game, just to riff on it.
just to make fun of the whole thing.
Yeah, the way that, you watch
Make fun of the
something like
experience.
Venom or Morpheus or Morbius.
Right.
Davis says on stream hate playing games is a thing.
Yeah.
That's yeah. You hate it's the equivalent to hate watching.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm morbidly curious, so I'll watch it. It's like, but it's not good. Like, well, who cares? I'm
All right,
having
guys.
fun.
When did we play, Life of Black Tiger multiplayer?
With this
That ship has sailed. We should have done that years ago.
Oh God.
I mean, that game absolutely didn't. It didn't have multiplayer though, right?
It did have multiplayer. It didn't function. It didn't work.
Oh.
But it did, quote unquote, have it.
It existed, but it didn't function at all, huh?
Yeah. Like pretty
That's
much
funny.
anything else in the game.
Everything, yeah, like everything else in the game. Yeah, it's true.
Honestly, I feel guilty even calling it a game.
That's hilarious. Dear God. All right, so what else we got here? Did we talk about this? That speaking of Tim the Tatman and his group of people, literally his group of people is making a game. Did we talk about that?
I don't think so.
Like
don't even
they're
know who they
making
are.
their own battle royale.
They're making a
using
BR
Unreal.
with the Fortnite Unreal Engine thing, the creator thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is again kind of confusing because like I'm pretty sure like all it really is that you're just porting stuff from Unreal Engine into Fortnite marketplace that's in their ecosystem. It's basically
Right.
Unreal. Like I don't know, man. It like though I'm concerned that some people think that you're going into Fortnite and you're creating the game from in there, and I'm all like, no, you're not. You have to use Unreal Engine, and it's
Right.
like you're just taking the game and then having it basically put in their marketplace that
Yeah.
you can then play it on Fortnite.
Yeah,
so
I don't know the details of it. Like I watched this
kinda
video
confusing.
that I posted here where he's talking about it.
Right.
It does seem kind of like like you said, it's going to be a real game. It's going to take years to develop, and we have developers, and we'll be, all that. But like, it does. I was thinking exactly what you're saying, where it almost seems like a half step. Like it's a game, and it'll be a real
It's
game,
not a mod.
but like,
Yeah.
no, it's not a mod, but it's not like it's a game, but it's like, I don't know, like it. I don't know. Like it's just it's kind
that's
of
the thing.
weird.
I don't
It's a
I don't
weird
know.
idea.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he doesn't know.
Yeah.
Like, to be
I mean, I
perfectly
think- I
honest,
mean,
I'm pretty sure
I don't think
only
any of them
one
know.
of them
I
out of
think,
yes, yeah. I'm pretty
I mean-
sure all five of them are know of it, but I think only one of them actually knows what's going on because Cypher PK is the one that owns Oni Studios, and that is where they're hiring people through. So they're
I
hiring
see.
people through Oni Studios, which at first, by the way, when he made Oni Studios, it wasn't a developer at all. Like the point of Oni Studios is that it's a like they provide support to content creators. Like because he's known for being a streamer and content creator for Fortnite type content, and then he wants to make a studio that is there as like a physical place as well as support system for streamers in the same business. But he also specifically defines it as you're not under contract, like you're not like signing for 100 Thieves or something like that, or you're not signing for
Right.
TSM and shit like that, where you have to, oh, okay, well, if you're on this contract, then that means you have to advertise our Red Bull and you have to advertise Monster, or like the different
Yeah.
businesses that they've had partnered with. But for his studio, it's none of that, and his studio is specifically hiring the dev team, and so basically, if there's the game is going to be made by Oni Studios, unless Oni Studios creates a separate developer team name. Therefore, Oni Studios then owns that team of some sort, or whatever studio
Right.
they end up calling it. So if anybody knows anything, honestly, I feel like Cypher PK is the only person that actually knows what's going on, because the way, as far as I understand it, is that you're making a game from scratch from Unreal Engine, and then you're then posting it onto the Fortnite ecosystem, like their shop, like that's where you
Right.
then quote unquote purchase it, which most of their
Right,
stuff
so I
is free.
assume they have a deal with Epic to have that in place, and like all these guys, Tim Tatman, Ninja, Courage, Nick Merckx, I assume they're more investors and idea men
Yes,
who come
yes.
in and go, okay, there's
They're very
actually people in the
expensive,
trenches developing.
QA testers.
Right. I mean, maybe not even to the extent of a QA tester. I think
No,
it's
I'm
more
just-
just like they're
I know,
going like
yeah.
they're coming in and being like the George Lucas, going like, I think
Yeah,
that
yeah,
should be faster. I think you
Eh.
should be able to do this. The gunplay
That
needs
should
to
be hairier.
tighter. Right, but they don't actually know the ins and outs of
They're
development.
gonna be like,
and they're
"Please don't
coming
put
in at
fall
the last
damage."
step. Yeah,
Make it 40% more awesome. What?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
yeah, exactly. Yes.
Yeah, and they're probably gonna even they're probably gonna just use relatable things as saying, "Oh, make this more like Apex." This like
Yes,
like Merc is like
exactly.
saying he's saying stuff from Apex, and then like fucking I don't know, Tyler's like saying stuff from fucking Fortnite or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just gonna.
Which is kind of gonna be funny too, because some of them like the games that others don't, right? Like Nick Merckx
Yeah,
rarely plays
it's gonna be
Warzone anymore,
weird
and he
clash.
loves Apex. And Tim, I guess he did love Warzone, but he couldn't stand Apex, so it would be interesting to see how those
Right.
ideas clash. But yeah, it's kind of a weird announcement, and it's kind of like I'm of two minds. One is almost like the Dr. Disrespect thing in a way where it's like it's cool to see them making a game. It's really cool, but at the same time it is a little weird just because obviously they must have a deal with Epic, and also they're making a BR, and we've talked about it many times. even if obviously they all have big audiences, so you'll already have some sort of base audience there, plus the normal audience you'd get simply because I assume it'll be free and you always have an audience with free. But like, even then, the odds of it competing with Apex
Right.
or Warzone or Fortnite is just, it's so slim. And if it doesn't compete with those, if it can't knock out one of the top three, it's pretty much dead in the water, like every other BR. So,
Right.
you know, it's cool, and I hope they can do it, same as Doctor Disrespect, but it's an uphill battle to say the least.
Yeah. Plus also they're using Fortnite as a
Right.
way to sell the game.
Exactly. Yes. Exactly. It's such a weird situation.
Yeah. So I'm like, I don't know. That is a good question too. I didn't think about this though. Do they have a specific unique deal? Because there is like the way because this whole model for Unreal connected to Fortnite as a platform to sell your game. I that's public use. Like there's like the rules that I was assuming that is still applied to them, but at the same time, you make a good point. Like, are they getting special treatment?
I would have to imagine, just because as much money as they all have collectively, it costs so much money to make a AAA BR game, and I would imagine that it would be more cost effective, especially because they are like I mean, even how old is Oni Studios? Do you know?
Ooh,
like, because I don't know anything about that developer.
Question. Well, that's the thing. They're not like the studio is opened in a non-developer kind of way. It's more like if anything, it's more of a marketing company. That's the best way I can describe it, because they're meant to be of service to content creators. And I'm pretty sure if anything that needs the help of content creators that joins them, it would need help in the marketing business, right? So that's what it's supposed to be. So I don't.
Oh yeah, I mean
know.
that's what. So I'm looking at the website of Oni Studios now. That is what it looks like. It does not look like a developer at all. It looks like, it looks like 100 Thieves or TSM. It looks like content creators, they come in and it helps them define their brands and all that shit. And this, definitely doesn't look like a developer.
Exactly.
I'm not reading anything about that. So what I was going to say basically is like, they're basically a first-time developer with like 5 head first-time developers as well, or quasi-developers as well. And like, I mean, I would imagine the most cost-effective thing is to make a deal with EA saying, look, no matter how well, you're going to get a lot of people because we all have audiences.
Yeah, Epic.
Yeah, you're going to get you're going to get a lot of people because we all have audiences. And then for like Epic, it's like, okay, we'll put this on for a deal, and then you get a cut of whatever sales, but we have to make X amount of money based on that. So it's beneficial to both parties, no matter how well the game does, basically.
Right. So yeah, that is definitely like, it's already outlined in like how Epic lets developers use their engine, because it is open source, and they apparently, like, as far as like from what they've said, that it sounds like they're following amongst the same rules that, say, one single developer would get, which is if they make XYZ, that's when Epic takes a cut.
Right.
And yeah, that's weird. That's, yeah. I mean, because when you mentioned like, what if they do have a deal, and I'm like, would they have a special deal? And then that's like, wouldn't that go against their whole, like, the whole point of this whole Unreal Fortnite stuff, or just having Unreal Engine, open source, like free to use, is so that, a amateur hobbyist could make an amazing game. Like, that can happen, and that's like the point. But if they're like, if they're
I
making
do
like
wonder
a
if
deal,
there's like
You know
it's
what I'm saying?
free use, but I do wonder if there's some sort of clause that you automatically sign when you use that says like,
Mm.
however, if it makes a fuck ton of money, there's no way Epic's not getting a cut of that. You know?
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
it does say that. It does say that you have to
right.
make
I
like
would
a
like
certain amount.
right.
Yeah, and it's
And
always
this would
been
be
like
that.
that.
I mean, this would be that game, right? This is
Right,
gonna
right.
make absolutely, not necessarily gangbusters, but it's gonna make a high. It's gonna be at the
Yes.
high level for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
In
I
terms
agree.
of how much it makes. So yeah,
Um,
yeah, it's
hmm.
cool, but it's weird for sure.
It's definitely weird. Yeah, it's definitely weird. Like I don't know what they, how unique of a thing they're gonna make because like it's that's a lot of chefs in the kitchen. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I mean you can't. What is it gonna be like a combination of Fortnite, Overwatch meets Apex and
Also,
and
I mean,
Call of Duty? Like
I
Jesus
don't
Christ.
I don't know if they know what they're getting into. Like they
Yeah.
will for sure, but like content creation is not game development.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
I know you understand like how the game plays and you play it day in and day out, but it's very different
It's
on the
very
other
different
side.
actually on the other side. Yeah, exactly. And you know that's the thing too. Like 100 Thieves is also making a game, and I'm sure that they're
Right.
running into the same issues.
Yeah.
That they like it's just like the scale gets pretty quick and very difficult.
And I would say that that's one of the advantages that Doctor Disrespect has, is that he actually has
He
been on
actually
the other side of that.
right. He actually
He's been on both
made
sides.
maps,
He kind of
yeah,
understands. Yeah.
with Sledgehammer and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
It's very weird, indeed. But we'll see about that. I mean, it makes sense right now, because we don't get a lot of new games these days or unique ones. So hopefully, there's something that unique comes out of it.
I mean, that's why I'm excited about these projects. Like, Doctor Disrespect's things, 100 Thieves, this, like, it's a lot of them will probably not be great, frankly, just because they are first-time developers, sort of wading into unknown waters. But like, some cool stuff could come out of this that could really shake up the multiplayer ecosystem, and we've needed that for a long time. So, if nothing else, like, I hope that that's what happens.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Let's see what else we got here. Matthew Lawrence says he lost the Marvel role after refusing to strip for. Ew, I didn't hear this. The fuck is this?
I mean, that it's pretty much like there's not that much more to the article than that title, but it is basically like, yeah, he was his agent. I think his agent told him to go to this director, this unnamed Marvel director's hotel room, and the director's like, strip for me, and you'll absolutely be guaranteed the role, and he didn't do it, and then I think his agent like fired him. He was like, "We're not working with you anymore because
What
you
the
didn't
fuck?
strip," and so. And he obviously didn't get the Marvel role, so yeah, it's just very sad and
Very
you know,
gross situation.
very gross. Yes,
Disturbing.
and
Like, oh, do you want me to also cup the balls a little? Massage them?
I'm sure that was one of the requests.
Oh God.
I mean, you definitely have to wonder just how many male, actors, also ask the same thing, and they just kind of keep it to themselves, because
Absolutely.
Right.
the
They
whole
don't
Me
want
Too
to.
movement also applies to
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah.
There's like the. I mean, just in general, like that whole business is just like it's fucked up. Like when you shine a light on something that's wrong, and then now you get blacklisted without
Right.
actually without like blacklisted in a way where it's like
No one will work with you. Like
Yeah.
word gets around Hollywood where, oh, this person's difficult to work with. Okay,
Right.
we're just not going to work with them. Oh, tell this person not to work with them either, and that's how it works. Like
right or even
That happened with Sean Young in Blade Runner, the chick who plays Rachel in the original Blade Runner. She was
Yeah.
like apparently hard to work with on Blade Runner, and Ridley Scott or whoever, I don't know if it was him, but whoever was in charge of, that whole experience was like, oh, she's hard to work with. Don't work with her. And she like basically never got another role after that. So yeah, it happens
it
all the
sucks.
time, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It's like one of those things where like they just say something outlandish, even, or something public, and then they get insulted, and then therefore now like, or then this spreads that way, or it could be the other way where it's like I want to work with you, but you're attached to this very difficult and kind of very controversial situation, and I want to just make my movie, and unfortunately by making you attach this, I am afraid that any of your personal situations, even though I may agree with like fighting against them and they were bad people and all that stuff, like they're like, but I just want to make my movie, like I don't want it to become a publicized in some sort of controversy. And so like that, and that part is like difficult too, because like you have to fight against so much things. Like for instance, when you're making your movie, you have to get money for your movie. So how are you going to convince them that somehow the actor that you want to put in your movie is involved with these things, and you have to answer those questions. And you don't know, and the fact that you have to answer these questions is already putting you in a situation where you're likely not going to get funding. And then there's also like, you have to convince the theaters, and they have to get their cut, and then the marketing of that, because they need to make their money too. It becomes like nuclear, only just because someone is in vicinity of a controversy.
Right.
You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of that weird show on Netflix called Brand New Cherry Flavor, because that literally happens to the girl, where she gets like sexually,
Yeah, I remember. We
harassed by,
we
by the
watched that.
director.
That was the actress that was in that.
Rosa Salazar, the girl
Yeah.
who plays Alita Battle Angel.
Arlita? Yeah, Arlita, yeah. And that was it. Man,
That was a weird one.
that was a fucking weird movie.
Yeah.
It was fucking weird as hell. I ain't gonna say it's horrible. It's just not. I wouldn't say it's good either. It's just.
Yeah,
It
it's
was
the kind of
very
thing where, like,
weird.
I'm
It's
not
just very
sure what I watch. I don't even know if I can describe it as good, but I did see somebody finger somebody's side vagina. So there's that.
Just this random hole in the side of their body.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
And the guy,
He's-
starts making out with her,
what?
and then starts, fingering that, and instead of
Fingering
thinking,
that, I was like,
"Do you have
dude,
a
do you know how the anatomy works? Like, are you not
Yeah,
surprised that there's this random hole on the back side of her body?
Oh, some guys really don't know.
Like,
how we're,
yeah,
human
he's
works,
like,
man.
this is the first time I've ever done this, and he's all like, so that's where the hole is?
I had
And then,
no idea.
and the next 20 years, all his next dates are like, why do you keep on searching for something on the side? Oh, man. Yeah, that movie was weird. And yes, there was that element in the beginning where it seemed like that was the story was
Mhm.
going in that direction, where it's like, this is an actress trying to make it type of thing.
Right.
And then, yeah. But then it totally turns a different direction.
Oh yeah. It's weird. It kind of does the whole, revenge. It's a dish that's just gross, and you probably don't really want to serve it.
Right. Because he's trying to get revenge for his transgressions against her, and somehow she's connected to what some sort of like, was it a witch, like lineage?
She ends up going to a witch.
Right. She ends up going to the witch, but she herself is like connected somehow to some. I forget what it was. Some sort of like immortal being. Whatever. Anyways, it's fucking weird.
Right.
Even me trying to explain it is like my brain.
Yeah, there's some things where I'd be like, wait, didn't somebody turn into a couch?
Oh,
Right? Everyone's just going for
why
the
are
whole.
no?
It's just I don't want to talk
Nothing
about it anymore,
makes.
but it's
Yeah,
so hard to
nothing.
not talk about it once you start talking about it.
Yeah, because everything just doesn't make a lot of sense. uh,
I don't mean they were going for exactly that, but my point was that like
yeah,
that's the very
it's pretty.
one time that I've actually seen depiction of a director, harassing, sexually molesting their um, supposed, star, and it's
Yeah,
not a topic that Hollywood likes to touch upon for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
right, right. But then now it's not. I mean, it's more open about it these days. I think
Mhm.
I would
Yeah.
hope,
Yeah.
especially with the Weinstein and everything.
It's
Right.
getting there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's moving. It's moving the needle forward at least.
Yeah.
It's just the kind of thing where like if you watch something like David Lynch's what's it called, Mulholland Drive, like they always depict like the actors as this like you know um this starving artist who self-destructs. It's like, well, no, it's not that they self-destruct, it's that Hollywood destroys them.
Right.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Hollywood
good point.
environment is terrible. It's not. It's not. It's not aware enough of it, of the destruction that it ends up doing.
Yeah.
Speaking of Barry, no, I was kidding.
So, I haven't seen Barry. Don't spoil
okay.
that for me. I haven't started it.
Okay, no problem. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll probably watch like I think Succession and Barry will probably be both done by next month, so that's probably I'll watch both
Nice.
those
Noise.
back to back.
That's a good. That's a good.
Succession.
That sounds like a really good binge.
Yeah.
Succession is very good.
I
Me and
might just
Brenda-
watch like both series, like the whole thing again, like just because I like, especially Succession, like because I've watched the seasons as they've come out over the years, so I don't remember everything.
Right. I see.
Especially with like all the political and like negotiation and like all this negotiations between different companies that are happening.
Right.
Wow, I'm surprised you haven't gotten things spoiled. Big,
Yeah. Luckily, yeah.
Well,
Good. Keep it that way.
well, one can hope. That sometimes those are just landmines, right?
That's a main reason why I'm watching it, week to week. To be honest, I
Yeah.
am one person to actually enjoy the week to week schedule. It just kind of gives me something to look forward to.
I
as
mean,
far as
I
like a
enjoy
training
it
goes.
too. I guess the reason I usually don't is because of the usually because
The
of
whole
the
subscription
model.
thing, right?
Like, because like especially certainly with like Disney shows where it's like I don't find a lot of value in that service as it is, and then like something like HBO, like I love the service, less since they've been taking their own shit off the service, but like I still love the service, but it's I don't know I guess I mean it's certainly easier to just binge it, but I do enjoy the week to week stuff too, and I guess I am kind of surprised that I haven't been watching that stuff week to week too, because I really do love both those shows, and I know with certain things like I watched the final season of Game of Thrones like week to week because of that exact reason where I just didn't want it spoiled.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, look, I don't know. I don't know how I've been able to not get spoiled by those shows. Hopefully, it keeps doing the same thing. But yeah,
But yeah, maybe it could be. I mean, like for me so far, like I'd say I'm pretty damn surprised that I don't get some shows spoiled on whatever I'm at, because I'll be searching stuff on like YouTube about stuff, and I'm surprised that I haven't run into like major landmines. But then again, it also depends on the thing. Some shows I'm totally fine with getting spoiled and still will just likely enjoy it, regardless of knowing something or hinting towards something. Because there is like thumbnails that will be like it's like, oh, that's a kind of a hint, right? Like to something. So, but
I'm gonna turn on the light.
Yeah.
She's right. It's really dark there.
It's dark in here, indeed.
I know how much.
It's because when she turns on this light, my screens glare like I can't see what I'm drawing on sometimes.
Oh, I see.
Pedro Pascal in final negotiations to start in Gladiator 2.
Resurrection.
Yeah, I don't know I don't know how the fuck that movie's gonna work.
Right?
He's gonna
Like
be
has
the
all
sun.
these people. Like I get it, and I like to see people of color and stuff. But how does that work in ancient Rome? Like I'm a little confused. Like how there's like all these people there. Like I don't know. I don't even know what the fuck that movie's gonna be about. So, or
It's
why they're doing it. But
Maybe it's not ancient Rome. Maybe it's like they're using the word gladiator and applying it to other
no,
places.
they
that
already
uses-
said that like characters from the other like they said that the boy emperor or whatever he's gonna be like grown up and then they're gonna have like
oh, that's funny.
Connie Nielsen's character, you know, the daughter of Marcus Aurelius in the first one, like the quasi love interest, like she's gonna be in it too. So
That's
it is
funny.
a continuation somehow, but
Right.
yeah, I think you got like Denzel Washington and all these like actors in it, and I'm like, I'm in, but
Yeah.
like I don't understand what's going on. Like, I don't even know if any of this makes sense, like historically. So, I mean, not that you have to draw that close to history. You know, the first one, you know, was all over the
Definitely.
place, but you know, there has to be some like there's the suspension of disbelief only takes you so far.
yes.
Yes.
Exactly.
It's kind of
Um,
nice though, right? That we're gonna get another kind of old-fashioned Hollywood blockbuster rather than another.
Hopefully, that's what it
Yeah.
is, and Ridley Scott doesn't muddy it up.
Right. They become superheroes somehow in ancient Rome.
Yeah, and they bring in the xenomorphs because it all has to cross over. You know.
That's
Yes,
what I was thinking. You know, it's gonna like connect to to fucking Blade Runner and
Oh
shit
shit!
like that.
Turns out Russell Crowe was the first xenomorph. Oh shit! We didn't know the whole time.
He comes out as a little baby out of Pedro Pascal. He just bursts out of his chest. He's like, ah!
Oh God, it's so awkward.
I think we need to make that movie, guys. Russell Crowe, just like a little, fetus baby, just bursting out.
What a weird concept. Let's see.
well,
What was it?
Hang on, there was something here. Oh, I think I posted something before the Matthew Lawrence thing. Most overrated game. I don't remember if we already. I assume we probably had a topic on that at some time or something like that, but
Have
I
we
don't
got-
remember.
Yeah,
Anybody got any overrated games? This is like a mini topic.
Fortnite.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's more. Yeah, I
yeah,
agree.
for sure.
Okay,
That one's
I
an easy
love
one.
it. Of course, I am really looking forward to its sequel. But Breath of the Wild.
Mm.
It's
Wait,
a
you saying it's
fantastic-
overrated? Oh,
I don't. I mean,
I mean, a lot
Yeah,
of people call it like the greatest game of all time, and it's so highly revered by almost ubiquitously.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, it's people praise it to be like the best Zelda ever made.
Right.
Mm.
Like, I mean, there's a lot of game there. It's a fantastic game, and it's probably one of my favorite games of all time. But it's its problems
Right.
that hopefully get addressed in its sequel.
Mm. Yeah.
Yeah, it's it has a poor story. It has the the breakable objects that it just gets it gets annoying up to a certain point later on. There's a little too much copy and paste material.
Mm.
I definitely agree with the weapon durability thing. I was trying to play some Zelda over the weekend on my Switch, and I was like, I really hate this mechanic. Like, this is like I'm not built for that kind of mindset, and I literally have to like rethink of how I play. Where I'm like, you know what? I'm just not gonna play favorites and just go
Yeah.
in and kind of just improvise. and I come to, and it could be just how the game is, and it just doesn't gel with me. But and I just have to change my habits, the way I was thinking about it, to a point where it's like, okay, the enemy weapon that they drop is killable by that very weapon, so therefore I don't need to always use the highest durability, highest weapon damage weapon right now, unless I need to survive. If survival is in question, then I'm like, okay, fuck it, I'm bringing my nuclear bomb sword, like the one that fucking will kill him immediately. But then if I just want to play the durability game, then I'm like, okay, I'll kill the one and then use that weapon against the rest, because if that takes a little bit longer, I don't have to waste my material. And
does the Master Sword have durability?
Technically, yes.
Yeah.
It doesn't break. It just I would say technically it has quote unquote batteries. It runs out of energy and you have to let it recharge.
Right.
What you call it? You can also get the Hylian shield, and it doesn't have unlimited durability, but it has the best durability in the game. I haven't broken mine yet, but when I read that it was supposed to break, I'm like, oh shit. But once it breaks, you're supposed to go somewhere and buy it or do a quest to get it back. It's like, come on. You gotta let up on the durability somewhere.
Right. Like, the mechanic makes... Yeah. Like, it's too much. Like, there's a certain point where it's like, where that mechanic isn't serving any other purpose other than to restrain me from moving forward.
Right.
I mean, there has to be a limit, right? Because like I get the durability thing, fine, but like it is nice too if you could have at least 2 or 3 weapons that you really really like, and you could like go to a special vendor or something and like just make those invincible.
Right.
Even if there's a drawback to the invincibility,
Or just, can I repair it like on the spot?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, that's my problem. I was just like, can I just repair this now? Like, do I have to go back? I don't want to go back.
Which is what I can go by you guys' frustrations if you guys have some favorite weapons in the game.
Which is what I'm guessing is going to be
there is that. Yeah, that is true. Actually, you know what? I before you say anything, but I want to point out too, on the other spectrum, even if I'm frustrated, that is the other side. What Dee's just said was just like, yeah, there's weapons that I really enjoy, and that's like, more like a boon, right? Like, that's more like this is fun, right?
Right.
And then that's the unfortunate drawback. Like, there's no mechanic where you can just like, I'm going to put this as a favorite, and now I can go to my blacksmith or be a blacksmith, have the ability to rebuild it like on the spot, or I don't know, maybe I have to camp and just build it there. I don't know. I haven't played it enough to really like say. But anyways, go on, Carlos. I
was gonna say that that's what I think it's going. One of the things that's definitely going to be addressed with the fusion mechanic in the sequel. The fact that you can fuse things, fuse items. It's probably gonna give you the ability to fix whatever weapons you have in order to actually not just make them break. But it just durability is the kind of thing where it's really hard to make a balance where it actually becomes where it doesn't become annoying like in Legend of Zelda, but it also doesn't become completely irrelevant like in Dark Souls, which that mechanics was was kind of annoying, and it became so completely relevant that Elden Ring just completely dropped it to good use, by the
way. One thing I would say, like, just in to a balance or a development type of headset to like justify durability is that why can't I have like mechanic? And again, I didn't play the game enough to really say that this was even there at all, but I was thinking like, well, I mean, if I'm being set at the rules for durability, why can't I'm assuming my enemies are also running into that issue, so why couldn't we have a mechanic where it's like, my shield, based on who I'm fighting, can dole out the weapon of the person I'm fighting,
But I'm pretty sure that's not actually there. But that's what I would say would be a good kind of like, okay, now I understand why durability is even here in this ecosystem, because now I can understand that I can use that to my advantage over my opponent. But I'm pretty sure it's not there. But like, I'm just this is
It's not. You can
it's not,
probably
yeah.
farm unlimited arrows from bokoblin archers and shit. It's just
But
because
yeah,
like you can pick up ammo that they shoot, but they'll never run out of arrows. Um,
right.
I mean, I recently beat the game because I was like, oh shit, the game's coming out. I've been putting it off so much, and I've been wanting to 100% the shrines. I'm only short like 10 shrines left. I wasn't going to get those Hestia seeds though. I mean the Korok seeds.
Oh,
I already got like enough to expand my weapon inventory a significant amount so that I would willingly go and hunt Lionels just to get the practice in. But now I'm like, okay, I got enough, and I did have the DLC, so I do have the Master Sword dungeon and the Master Cycle, and I did do those extra dungeons for the DLC, the Ballad of the Champions. I finished that. Well, I actually finished that while Rob was over, so he was watching the whole thing.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I never played the DLC. I've had the game for so long, and I've had the DLC for so long. The new game is gonna come out, and I never played the DLC. Thanks for
So
making
I-
it feel
time.
guilty.
Yeah, it's a
gave
good
myself
time.
the
Yeah,
ultimatum
it's a good time for it.
where I never finished any of the Master Sword trials. So I'm like, okay, game's going to be coming out in less than a month. Let me just, take some of my weekends in the morning while I'm sobering up just to play through those. And I managed to clear like 2 levels of the Master Sword dungeon, like the beginner trials and the middle trials. And the middle trials actually do let up a little bit. Like, spoilers to anyone who hasn't played that, but it's been 6 years. Um, the middle
it's
trials
totally
actually does give you armor after a certain point of clearing a certain amount of floors. So the game does have a bit of mercy for the Master Sword trials. You're not completely naked. Link is supposed to go through the first trial naked, and that shit was hard as hell. I kept getting hit by stray arrows and shit. Oh man, I was ready to throw the controller. I rage quit because I didn't get the game on Switch. I'm playing it on my Wii U. I
Oh, right, yeah.
by unplugging my Wii U in a fit of fucking rage.
Actually, I did play the Master Sword Trials, and oh man, you wouldn't believe it. I actually was at the very last, Master Trial, and just trying to be because I was trying to just be showy. I was trying to counter one of the lasers from the from the big turrets from the Guardians.
Oh yeah,
And I just missed the time, and I'm like, fuck, 45 minutes of playing, don't just waste it.
See, here's the thing. Like, I can handle the ones that shoot the laser, not the ones that shoot the pellets. The pellets, like, keep missing the timing on the mini ones. But the large ones, I'm like, okay, let's see if I got it, because I haven't deflected in a while.
Yeah.
Time that, got it right. It's like, yes, I still got it, because I used to practice on those around Hyrule Castle just while I was fading it pretty early before getting any of the champion dungeons done on my first playthrough, and I died a lot. Because of those goddamn guardians. But I wanted to make sure that I could face them and counter their lasers and deflect it at the right time. And all those times of dying and retrying, I finally built an eye for it. And after so many years of not playing, I still got it. I still got that shit. But the part that I was rusty on was facing Lionels in the freaking final dungeon where you're facing your first Lionel in the final trials. You have to deal with hypothermia. So if you use up all your pepper dishes, you lose your cold durability. So you're having the pressure of not only having to face a Lionel boss, but if your freaking heat protection dies down, the cold is just going to start nipping away at your hearts. So, and Lionels have a lot of HP. So if you don't have good weapons, or you don't know how to counter them the right way, like shooting them in the face when they're about to jam their sword in the ground and cause that huge nuke explosion, where like try to perfect those punch out like dodges when they start charging for you or swinging their sword just so you can get some flurry rushes in. Like, yeah, I haven't faced Lionels in years, so
Oh,
I
yeah.
had to go back to the fields in Akala and start facing them down. And I kept reloading my save every time I killed a Lionel, going like, I gotta try that again. I gotta try that again. I gotta try that again.
Oh
And
yeah, I remember.
ultimately,
Go ahead.
oh, oh no, and ultimately I tried to get through the the final section of the dungeon, and I just kept getting killed around the beginning stages. I just got so frustrated, going like, look, I don't want to replay this, so I'm just going to go straight to Ganon. I'm done. I leveled up my Master Sword 2 times. It's already going to be at full power, and I'm fighting him. What's the difference? So I just went there, killed him, saw the ending, and this ending is meh. I was
Yeah.
like, at least I'll be ready next week to play the damn game. So, I just have to make that kind of sacrifice. Couldn't get so hung up on completing that final dungeon. It's just like, you know what? I can't. I don't have time for this. I'm getting the game Friday, so I'm just done here.
And that game, it's just a game that, like, it can be overrated in some qualities. It also has like so many surprising things that just make it feel special. Like I remember my first time around Death Mountain, and just like gliding towards that area and just like in my head thinking it's like, well, in reality you couldn't really be that close to us exploding volcanoes because you'd probably just burst into flames. And all of a sudden my temperature rises up and I start bursting in flames. I'm like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, I didn't mean it, I didn't mean it.
Yeah, please
Yeah,
no.
playing the game and just trying to hunt down those towers. That was my first part before that was my first mission that I decided for myself before I started going to dungeon to dungeon. And I think that really made the game for me, just exploring what other parts and regions are there of places around Hyrule. And yeah, exploration was a lot of the fun. And I hope to see that again in Tears of the Kingdom, where even if it is a recycled map, that I get to explore it with fresher eyes.
Mm.
Well, we'll have a lot of fun. Hopefully we find other enemies that are kind of like Lionels, who are like equal parts lion, equal parts center, and equal parts fucking assholes.
Oh, they have new
Parts
enemy
assholes.
types. They on their official site they've been showing like fatter bokoblins or fatter moblins or whatever kind of new class of goblin pigs that Ganondorf keeps making. But, yeah,
Yeah, that's actually another one of the original games problems. The fact that there wasn't a lot of um, you know um, enemy
enemy
variety.
variety. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Because most of the enemies had to have some sort of weapon that you could use. They also had to be a little bit humanoid. So, um, you
Mm.
end up, fighting a lot of bokoblins that with their, you know, with their spikes and and swords and weapons like that. So yeah,
Oh,
Yeah,
just for the
I had to play
record,
on my
let me
foot.
just say this: I fucking hate whiz robes in this game.
yeah.
All of the whiz robes. I don't care. Fire, electric, ice, fuck them all.
Okay, so what about those? Oh wait,
They
oh yes,
The
those
ones that
guys.
dance and start making the
Right.
ice
Yeah, they
orbs and the
teleport all at the fucking
electric beasts
time,
come at you.
or they turn invisible or something like that, or whatever. I don't know. They're flying around and
Yeah,
they have the fucking and then they drop the elemental staffs,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, I
oh,
know what
a
you're talking
lot of
about.
work for a little reward. Like those stats can be
Yeah,
useful at times,
yeah.
but it's like they're not really that great to use.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like I was like using them like, "Oh, great, I have something for range." And I'm like, "Well, this sucks. This just doesn't do as much as it's like a it's like, okay, maybe if I freeze them, like freezing them looks like slightly useful, but in the end, do I kill them with it? No.
Right.
I mean,
It's more like I
technically
could
you can one
switch.
shot them. At least the fire and ice ones by using their opposite elements. So if you hit the fire one with an ice arrow,
Ah,
it goes poof,
right.
and if you hit the ice one with the fire arrow, it also goes poof. But
So I
I
gotta
don't know, you're
keep
shit
them
out
with
of luck
me.
with the
Yeah,
goddamn
yeah.
electric.
I have to like keep. Yeah, I have to keep it with me just for that one particular situation to show itself, so that I can do it.
Oh yeah.
Goddamn.
There are some enemies that are like elemental coded, so it's not just them. There's a specific color of Lizalfos that's fire based, but fire based to where if you hit it with an ice arrow, it instantly dies.
Yes,
And
that's
Hmm.
true.
it's the same thing for ice Lizalfos. But it's like sometimes you'll just see a red Lizalfos that's just not fire, and that shit pisses me off.
Oh. Hmm.
Like, oh, I'm gonna hit it with the ice arrow. Oh, it just froze normally. If you have a hammer weapon and you hit a frozen enemy with the hammer weapon, you can do a lot of damage.
Mm.
That's what I like about how the game is designed. It's like, yes, it can piss you off, but there's moments where it's like the developers thought about this a little bit more than you think.
Oh yeah.
There's some things in here hidden that's happening. You just can't necessarily see it right away.
Mm-hmm.
I like that some people post their videos where they show like how they've been making their own fun in the game or how they've been doing combat differently. Like one classic thing is when they stop a tree or they stop like a log and then they hit it with whatever weapon they have to launch it in the air, but they ride on the tree like that character on Dragon Ball,
Oh,
like Mercenary Tao or Tao Pai
Mm.
Pai, as he's known as. It's like, oh yeah, I'm riding the tree like it's my own little mode of conveyance. It's like, okay, that's kind of neat. So I hope they keep a lot of quirks like that in Heroes of the Kingdom. I don't know. Some people pirated the game, some people have emulated the game, and they do know. And it's like, okay, but you're not really playing it officially, and you're kind of breaking the rules just to get ahead. I don't like that. I mean, I understand it's the internet, and I know these things happen, so this isn't anything new. But it's just like you're not really playing. It's not really fairness when you're just jumping ahead and just breaking the law and breaking your system just so you can experience the game when it officially comes out for the rest of the world and people who aren't willing to break the law to play the game this Friday.
On
mm.
on the other hand, there are actually some others that because they can emulate, the Switch, they'll be able to like directly emulate the Tears of the Kingdom straight into their PCs. They'll be able to apply, all the all the stuff that you can, all the mods that you can apply, to the original game to Tears of the Kingdom. So they'll be playing it on 4K, high res textures,
Mm.
60 FPS. So good for them.
I mean, there will be a mod scene for it, I'm sure, because Breath of the Wild had a mod scene
Mm-hmm.
for both Wii U and Switch versions.
Yeah.
Mm.
It goes to show how great the game could be, if it wasn't on Switch.
Look at us. We're talking about the game and just gushing about it, even though we called it overrated.
Oh,
I mean, it can still be amazing, but
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right. That makes
I
sense.
mean, my overrated game is a game that's on my top 10 games of all time, and it's on there. But like,
Mm.
I, it's The Last of Us,
Mm-hmm.
because I was listening to a podcast, I guess a couple weeks ago, where they were like, I think they were doing the same thing where they were going like, what do you think your most, overrated, or maybe I think they were doing like the most underrated game or something, but like they were saying like the Uncharted trilogy, it's good but it's not great, on the PS3, but they weren't mentioning The Last of Us, and that's the first thing that came to my mind, where I'm like, there are some things in like Uncharted where I like the set pieces and some of the stuff like that where I'm like, no game is like, still no game has come close to this. Like, still, like all these years later, like no one has done set pieces the way Uncharted does them. Like, not even close. And whereas The Last of Us, like, as much as I love the game and I really do adore it, and it is one of my top 10 games of all time. I get what some people are saying, where they're like, I couldn't really get into The Last of Us because like like the gameplay is just like throwing bricks and shit. And years ago I was like, okay, it's a stealth game, like they're all kind of like that to one extent or another. But the more and more I thought of it, and as the years have gone by, I'm like, yeah, they're kind of right. Like it is kind of a one-note gameplay system. And I can understand how somebody, they even if they love the story and stuff, like the gameplay is just like it just doesn't do it for them. And I'd have to, I enjoy the gameplay, but it is very much like
It's very much a standard,
one
cover
note.
shooter, right? Like
Yeah,
you
it's
play cover.
serviceable. Like it's not amazing. Like nobody comes out of The Last of Us and was like, man, I love, like, I don't know, like you love the
Most
story.
people say the
and
story,
That's why
yeah.
you're going. That's why you're going in for it. Nobody's going into it going like, I can't wait for the gameplay. Like that, I
Right.
don't give a fuck about the story. I want the gameplay. Like no one says that about The Last of Us, even if you really enjoy that gameplay.
Yeah.
I actually, I kind of agree with the that aspect of like, yeah, no one talks about like the gameplay being, the thing that makes that game so good. It just is it's decent. How about it's like it's still on the shoulders of games that built up to that point to make those mechanics work.
Yeah.
And the reason why it's so revered right now is just the story is so damn good. And then like furthermore, it does, it always sticks in my mind when like it always like I always refer to like what Carlos was saying about the story and the gameplay kind of being kind of almost kind of oil and water. Yeah, they're at odds with each other. Like, it's the whole like, the story is telling you to be sympathetic towards the human race, yet you're
Right.
slaughtering so many people. And I'm like, man, that is so true. Like, that's just so odd, and it does make sense in the way that when you put it that way. Not saying that it's a bad game at all. It's just it really makes sense, and of questioning, like, where does the gameplay and the story meet, and does the gameplay make the story worse, or the story make the gameplay worse? In the sense of like it's being hypocritical, like, and even things with like, remember we were playing Bloodborne. I feel like Bloodborne would be on my... And I really do like that game. And I think Bloodborne could be on that same page of, like, kind of overrated. Overrated in the sense of, like, there's... It's overrated... Well, I don't know. Maybe it's a lot of from Swap Software, actually. I just... Because there's specific...
Like, most of the games we're going to talk about are, great games. Some of our favorite games, like Breath of the Wild. One of my favorite games of all time as well. But, we're going to,
We're going to talk about the gripes, right?
Yeah, we're going to talk about our gripes.
Right. Like, there's kind of like that... I think it's just, like, from the ratings and the different things of, like, why they saying this is a great game or something like that. But it just does not address the flaws. And I guess that's one way of defining the overrated aspect.
I mean, I think also, like, for me with The Last of Us, like, there's that gameplay factor and there's a few other things, but there's also, like, stuff that has nothing to do with the game that is sort of, like, knocked it down a few pegs to me. Like, I don't, as much as I love the game, I don't think it deserves the excessive amount of fanfare that it's gotten. Like, I don't think that it should have been remastered 7 months after the original game came out like it was. I don't think it should have been remade, like, 10 years after. Like, I don't, like, meanwhile, all these other games that are, like, stranded on these other systems, like, they just haven't touched. And it's like, it's because they're not as big as The Last of Us, and I kind of hate that.
Right. And, to that, like, when Carlos was saying that about the gameplay, and then what you're saying about, like, how it's just, like, it as a game, right? Like, let's take away the story.
Yeah.
Now it's just Metal Gear
but in the forest.
but
with
not as
zombies.
good, not as
Yeah,
in-depth
it's like-
stealth
yeah.
as Metal Gear,
Yeah.
right? With all
Right,
the different
they-
systems and stuff, right?
Exactly.
I think
It's
the
that-
one,
not
the
nearly
one,
as complicated.
I think one of the biggest gripe with that is that it feels very one note. The game,
Yeah.
Right.
Like
Right.
a game called The
I'm
Last of Us
throwing
that,
bricks.
it's
funny.
Yeah, you take cover on pretty
Uh,
conveniently placed shoulder waist high walls so.
Yeah.
Right. Oh yeah,
And,
you're
like-
right. And yet yeah. Oh man, that's so crazy too. Cause like every environment piece looks unique, but then when you just break it down to its silhouette, you're like, it's always the same.
Right. Like even when we were originally playing through it, we're
Right.
we were making fun of the fact that every part that you had to climb was already like color coded in yellow, right?
Yes. Right.
And that was like the very first time that we played the very first time that we had like the great interaction with it. And I guess that it's interesting that we bemoan the limited language that the game has to express itself.
Again, it is also being on the shoulders of Uncharted, because Uncharted had that distinctly there, where it's like
But,
color coded
yeah, I mean,
things to jump on.
Yeah, I mean, and Uncharted did a lot of things that The Last of Us stands on, and I feel like people kind of, especially as time goes on, they kind of shaft Uncharted, where they're like, it was okay, but this and that. And I'm like, I mean, I feel like it does what it's trying to do better than The Last of Us does. Still, though, I think people put The Last of Us story, and I do think The Last of Us story is more mature than Uncharted, but I don't think it's necessarily better than Uncharted's story. Like, they're very different types of story, where one is very much like, this is a very serious, make you cry kind of game, and Uncharted is much more pulpy, Indiana Jones, globetrotting thing. But I don't think that one is better or worse than the other. I think it's just like they're made for different moods almost. It's just like, and in terms of the gameplay, I think Uncharted's gameplay is way better than The Last of Us. And I think, and like I said with the set pieces and stuff, every time I see a set piece in a game, I always think of Uncharted, and I'm always like, it's nowhere near as good as the cruise ship or the plane or the train or all these set pieces where it's just like,
Right.
they were so many years ahead of
Yeah,
every
they're
other
very
game on
blockbuster,
Earth.
yeah.
It's insane. Like,
Yeah.
it's
Those things-
crazy.
Those things take a lot of creativity that unfortunately not everybody has, and a lot of teams
Yeah.
wouldn't be able to put together. Testament of the fact is that what was the last set piece that you can remember in a game that
That did that? No.
done that?
I don't remember any except
No.
Uncharted, to be honest. Like, even the good ones, and there are some good ones out there, but like, they always are a footnote to Uncharted. They like, I don't remember them for that long. Even if I remember the game and like the game, I'm like, I don't know, the set piece kind of falls by the wayside, unfortunately. And I
Right.
think, I mean, I think it is a combination of what you were saying, Carlos, where it is like, a lot of time and effort goes into those. Like the train level on Uncharted 2, that took 2 years to make. Like, part of that team took the 2 years of development and just worked on that. Like, it takes a long time to do that. And I do think that's a lot of people also just don't know how to put together something like that. Like, it's very complicated to make a cruise ship that where the whole level is built on 2 different sides, and then you flip the whole thing in real time, and the other half of the level is there. Like, that's insane. Like, I don't know that a lot of teams know how to do that. Or the plane, where it rips apart. The whole level is ripping apart. You fly out into the air, and you're still controlling Drake. Like, it's crazy. And like, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, like, if it's a combination of both those things, where it's like, it takes a lot of time. Do we want to put that many resources into it? But also, do we even know how to fucking make this? Like, do we even know how to do
Right.
this?
They're going into uncharted territory. No, okay.
There you go.
Sorry.
It's been a good
I had
show,
to-
guys.
Yeah, I'm getting reports that we're literally getting canceled for that bad thing.
That joke ended us.
Boy, people really elevate their hate of puns lately.
Oh man.
Uh,
But yeah, I agree. Like, there's there's a lot of like remember when we talked about Dead Space being like the hardest thing was for them to do that tentacle grab?
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
Yeah.
Uncharted, like it's a whole environment. That's
Yeah.
that's insane. Yeah. So I agree with that element of yeah. There's really hasn't been another game that pulled off a thing like that, an entire moving level in that way. That is one, and like you got to consider so many things too. Like when you change the environment in that way, like how does it play? You know, like how does the level design change? Like that's a lot of things to consider.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say about Bloodborne was
How dare you?
there was a there was a store, there was a, what's it called, the, like a lot of people with some from software games, like people like will say like I love the story, but and what they're
That was
talking
a
about is
big,
that
the biggest debate we had,
Yeah.
when we were originally playing. That you guys were like, "There is no story." I'm like, "There is
There-
definitely a story." And honestly, the truth kind of lays somewhere in the middle of that.
I was gonna
It-
say
it's in the
probably
middle,
somewhere in
yeah.
between. Yeah.
it's like, so like I think it was what I was gonna get at was that the environmental storytelling is certainly exists somewhere in that sense,
Yeah,
and a lot of
for sure, yeah.
From Software does that. And then at the same time, as much as I would praise games doing environmental storytelling, I think there needs to be a little bit of both, because
Yeah.
we did run into a situation where it's like, you know, like as challenging as Bloodborne was, and you know, like others from Software, is like, you know, at a certain point you want to have at least some sort of clear objective motive to move forward, right? Like I remember when we were playing that, again, I'm gonna quote Carlos here. I don't even think he remembers him saying this, but
I think I know what you're gonna say, but go ahead.
okay, well, there was a time where he was like, I'm starting to lose motivation, like I don't know where to go because of the lack of story.
Interesting.
Yeah,
think
I
I
remember
remember-
specifically that you were saying.
I actually don't remember saying that. I think I remember once saying that when we were in the. Remember the place called
Yeah.
Bergenworth? That was the.
Yeah. The
yeah,
Rom.
Yeah, exactly. Like
Mhm.
we were like at this just for D, who probably doesn't know, it's this manor that's kind of like a university somewhere in the like close to a lake, and it's in it. There's like this weird creatures, like this giant centipede thing coming out of somewhere. There's some Baxter, from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles creatures, going around. And I'm thinking,
Yeah, these fly people.
yeah, and I remember, telling, both Apollo and and Sean, we were playing all together, and we're like, so why are we at this
Right.
Yeah, like, what
university,
happened?
just randomly killing, insect-like things?
Yeah. Right.
The games definitely, always feel like, you don't really know why you're, at the place that you are at, unless,
Like you
unless
read
you
something.
unless you
yeah.
read something exactly. But
And even then, like it's very ambiguous. Like you have to look at somebody like Vatividia's stuff, and like while that is very cool, and I do appreciate that in the community that is built around like solely figuring out what the fuck is going on in these games,
Like the story itself is a puzzle.
yeah, I mean
know?
it's cool, but like cohesion is nice too, and you can have both.
Yeah, you
Right?
can't
Like-
have
like-
or even
like
a thin line, like a very thin, like you could have a very simple thin line to connect it.
I thought Sekiro did it really well because it does have a very straightforward story that
Right.
you can get, but there's still a lot of lore and shit to dig through if you want to do that, and I loved that.
Right.
the interesting thing is that Sekiro is definitely a narrative. Like you definitely go
Yeah.
through a whole progression of like, you start at some point, you
Yep,
you
there's
gain your
definitely a lot
stuff
of people
back.
that still love that game too. I have yet to play that.
Yeah, whereas
Just
the rest of
FYI.
whereas the rest of the games are basically Alice in Wonderland. Like you're in
Right.
these places, Alice herself in the in the original in the original storytelling, she wasn't a character. She was just a she was just a storytelling device.
Right.
That for the people to inhabit this to
I
be
see.
exposed to. Yeah, she was just a literary
She's a
device for
vehicle. Yeah.
people. Yeah, exactly, for the people to see this weird place and its weird logic, and that's basically what all the other games are. That
Right.
you're just
Mhm.
experiencing this place
It's like
as it
Cloud
comes along.
Strife in Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
It's very
Hmm.
bland milk toast to get. I mean, if we're talking about overrated Final Fantasy,
Mm, yeah.
Final Fantasy 7, like I love that game. I played that game twice because I had all my saves got deleted randomly.
Oh.
Um,
Yes.
It's
I
the
too
classic
had a
brother
third-party
deleting it
recall.
situation. There's this button that's called delete. I'm like, no.
What
Like
does it do?
Yeah, I have like a mega memory card that kept deleting our saves.
Oh
So like
no.
every time we played through it,
Uh,
it was just like a gamble going like, oh, please don't delete, please don't delete.
Oh
It
my
was
god.
only until
memory
like,
cards is such a nightmare in general.
man, I finally bucked down to pick up like a first party memory card
Yes.
at a swap.
This is
meet
back
in
when
South
first
Dallas.
parties was a must because any
Yeah.
third party was just like a huge gamble, like such a huge
Oh,
gamble,
yeah.
even if it's cheaper.
And I was so grateful for after the time I got it. I don't care if it was like clear and pink, it worked. So
Yeah.
it fucking
Yeah.
the fact that it worked already put it way ahead of the mega memory card. Where it was like, oh, you can hold down the button and we can tell you which page you're on. I don't. It doesn't matter if I have like
Right.
12 fucking pages of full memory card space if the space keeps deleting and being so sensitive.
Right.
Man, that was the cause of. We were basically playing the game on the time limit because it was like tomorrow could be the day that it messes up. And sometimes it'll have days where it actually works well, but there were times where it's like it couldn't hold the save past one day. And it's just like enough is enough.
yeah.
Eliminate chance.
I mean, and that was it was an issue too because when you're a kid, your parents are buying you the stuff, right? So it's like
Yeah.
you parents buy you. Well, it's like your birthday, your Christmas. That's when you get games. And so like if you're getting a new console and you're like, I really want the Dreamcast, okay, and they get it, then it's like, and you start playing the game and you're like, oh fuck, I need a memory card. That's like $60 more that I have to ask for. Like, and it's just like, they're like, what? You already have the game and the console. What else do you need? I'm like, you don't understand. Like, it's so big. So I have to keep starting over the game if you don't get this for me immediately.
That is.
Like, it's such a huge ask.
Yeah. It really
You
was a
want
huge
more
ask.
stuff? Like,
Yeah.
we just spent hundreds of dollars.
Yeah.
Come on.
We can't blame him too for having that
No.
reaction because that is
Absolutely not.
such a racket of a way to
Yeah.
milk us of more money, you know. Talk about first world problem. That's
Yeah.
fucking Jesus. I can't save the
I'm
game.
glad we trivialized
Oh,
this
man.
issue in this generation. 'Cause
Yeah.
I wish the memory cards that you could get are just expansion rather than a requirement.
Right.
Yeah, and these days we got cloud. Now
Yeah.
it's like that was even less of an issue.
You know what I'm gonna miss from for the fact that we now have SSDs that load games so fast. I'm sort of gonna miss the tip screen as as your game is loading. It's like now games just load so fast you can't see them.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, where they would have those. Right? And then there was the times when we had what was it? Game manuals. There you go.
Oh yeah.
Back in
Oh
those
yeah,
days.
game manuals. Yeah, that was great. I mean, you would save those because they were so good. They had sometimes they would have complete character sheets with stats and backgrounds and the characters and stuff. Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah,
Really
Sometimes
cool
it's-
artwork. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or the original Metal Gear that actually had the code.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. See, that was just that kind of stuff was genius,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
Like having it as part of the game.
And again, that's another thing where it's that still hasn't been surpassed in games. Where it's okay, when are we gonna get another Psycho Mantis type of thing? Like in any game.
Right.
It's it was so incredibly rare. That other game that you played, Carlos, but I never played was the Eternal Darkness, right? Where it would like fuck with you,
Mm,
things like that. It's like we still haven't gotten very much of that in games.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's hard to say, like how somebody's gonna think outside the, like, it's gonna be so insanely rare for somebody to think outside the box in that way, and then
Yeah.
be able to pull it off. Like,
Yeah.
it's at this rate, that we're going.
I mean,
One in a million.
I'm still waiting for the next, game, by From Software, for Hidetaka Miyazaki to personally send somebody to just slap you in the face if you lose. Just perfect, fourth wall break.
It's funny.
Get good.
Oh man. But yeah.
So how is Final Fantasy? We never talked about Final Fantasy. You did say that it was overrated, but why?
Yeah, I would say it's overrated because like, people till this day still say it's like, they're still on on that train. I mean, it's pretty old by this point. A lot of games kind of you could always go and look at a RPG game and be all like, "Oh, that's something that they took from there." Or something like that, or they only have that character because this game did it. So, yeah. At this rate, I think it's more like overrated because of age. Where it's just like, okay, there's other games out there. Like, you don't have to always refer to that game all the time.
I think it was like you had to be there kind of factor for why it was such a big deal.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it tried, like, it was a very cinematic game at a time where cinematic games weren't really all that commonplace outside of rich media.
Yeah.
So,
Hmm.
unless you were someone who had a PC that could run Myst, Final Fantasy VII would be a big deal otherwise if you're mostly a console gamer who never had a Sega CD, never had a Jaguar CD, never had a 3DO.
Right.
I mean, I can go on, but
Yeah.
or a CDI even. So
Hmm.
yeah, it was your box standard SNES RPG with 3D graphics. It was urban fantasy, and it had the complete story. So you got the whole game in one go.
Yeah.
You didn't have to like wait years and years for new installments as if they were Star Wars
Like the
movies.
remake of Final Fantasy VII,
Oh,
where you
oh,
literally have to
oh,
wait for the rest of the game.
Oh boy,
Oh
yes.
boy. Yeah, the irony.
That's so. Yeah, exactly. It's so ironic.
Right.
Yeah, you're saying that like, and that's why we loved the game because it was all there, and then they remake it and it's the exact opposite.
Now
But-
it's, instead of several discs, it's several games.
Several
But
decades.
too much disk space if we release it all in one go, so we have to break it up into pieces so you can experience the story as if they were whole games, even though they're only a part of the game now.
It's
So
not
that you
even
can
the same
spend
story.
building That's like going
Yeah.
to the Northern Cave for the original game.
Yeah, it's in that time there was definitely not a lot of like games that did what Final Fantasy VII did. It didn't
Yeah.
have like that open world to kind of like walk around and like explore, and then like have the different arcs of the stories. I think also the other thing that they did a good job of is having the side characters have their own stories, and you got to go and find their weapons that was their particular weapons, like their final weapon and shit like that.
Right.
And then there was like the leveling up system for the materia. But at this rate, like it's been so long, like all of this all that shit that I just mentioned is pretty standard affair.
It's like the Beatles of games, right? Like in the sense
Yeah.
that, if you grew up, if you were
I have to
there
say-
for the Beatles for the very first time, like
Yeah.
they were amazing. But nowadays, you've seen their stuff, done better, and more much
Right.
more interesting everywhere.
Like
Depending on
the
who
remake,
you talk to, right?
Feels like
it's
a-
like the Beatles, like is especially like I didn't realize until I was like listening to a podcast where like there's British people like in Britain, like the Beatles are like they're fine. Like they kind of have moved on, where it's like they were great, but like there's been so much other stuff. And then like in America, it's like the exact opposite, where people still swear by that the Beatles are the best thing, and there's never been anything better, and it's like never listen to anything but the Beatles, and it's like funny that like, you know, the country of origin is like, guys, just move on. Like it's like they're good. Like, let's just move on. Like people have outdone it.
Like, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, maybe they just, you know, I feel like that could be the same thing with some anime too.
Yeah.
Like
Dragon
Japan's
Ball.
all like, it's all right.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
Yeah, Dragon Ball's a good one. Yeah.
Like it was, you know, it's a fine phenomenon. It still is, but it's like, come on, watch other stuff, please.
But it,
Yeah.
I mean, it is like what you were saying, D, where it's like you had to be there, like it was you had to be there sort of thing, and it is like it's the same thing with Final Fantasy VII, where it's like it's a very important video game for lots of different reasons, but like it started a lot of stuff, and because it started it, you know, people innovated and they made it better. They made that formula better, and it doesn't mean that's not still important, but like it also probably means it's not as good as it was back then. Like obviously, it's just kind of the way that things work.
And you know, I love remake, but it's hard to recommend remake because it kind of feels like
Mm.
you would appreciate this more if you played
agree.
the original Final
Absolutely.
Fantasy
Yeah.
VII.
Yeah, I
This
agree.
is your gateway to
It's
Final
not a re-
Fantasy VII. You might not get it, and you know what? That's okay. You're not a that just means you're a person.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
As a person who
get
played
swept up in
remake,
the hype.
as a person who played remake without playing the original, game, I just wish they kind of stuck to the original story. I don't really appreciate those.
Right.
You know, the
Yeah.
whole
They
fourth
went
wall
off.
breaking. We're gonna do things different
Mhm.
than the original story,
Right.
guys.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. That's totally fair because, like, you know, I was like thinking about it more and I'm like, yeah, this is what I get. This really isn't the same game, so you might as
Right.
well call it a different game. Like it's
It's
not.
it's a reimagining more than even
yeah.
a remake.
I think they need to they need to just take off that title remake completely
Mhm.
off. Like it's like false advertising at that point.
Yeah.
If anything, they need to actually do a remake where it's like this is just verbatim the game, with
Right.
better graphics and maybe some changes to the gameplay, I guess. But like, just
I wouldn't be surprised if we
stick with
got
the story.
that eventually. Yeah.
I think they are. I think they already announced it. It's a mobile game, so it's
Oh.
it's
That
gonna be
sucks.
there. Yeah, I don't know why it's in the mobile game, but yeah.
Well, you don't have you don't have a phone or something, Apollo?
No.
More like I just don't want to play a game on my phone.
On the
ever.
phone, yeah.
That sucks, man. That sucks for like fans who were like waiting for that too. They announced it. And it's like, oh, this is the Final Fantasy remake you wanted. Cool, on your phone. Oh, okay. Not quite the same.
I can
Still
understand
think-
for Japan's market, like
Mhm.
mobile
Oh yeah,
games
I mean it's
are
all
just-
mobile over there. Yeah.
Yeah, they long like what was it? Like a decade ago is when mobile was still like for them was like a commonplace.
That's like the only place where like the Vita did well was in Japan.
Right.
Because like that's like they would just play it on the train and stuff. Like
Yeah.
that's where they actually play. It's
I
funny.
honestly like it's kind of interesting that could also mislead their marketing, right? Or mislead their ideas because they think of it like, oh, if Japan likes it, then the whole world would like it. But the ecosystem is completely different from Japan, and like you know, the Japan market makes sense that they have like so much mobile devices because like they're such a small country and they don't have a lot of space. And most people's common like household is tiny, like it's not even
Right.
like remote. Like you can't even have room for a console at some certain
Right.
point. And then most people are like out and about, and they just can't, put in the time to just sit and play on their television. Like they're gonna be, especially if you're a workhorse, like a salaryman, man. Like you're never at home.
Right.
like it's fucking crazy. You're always in those like small, tiny little like rent-a-day hotel things. That's just
Right.
like literally the size of
The
your
little
body.
pods.
Yeah. And then you think about it. If you're doing that all the time, of course you'd be playing games on your fucking phone.
Yeah.
So yeah, like
That's why this Switch must be just hotcakes over there. Just like
mhm.
Yeah.
everybody must have one because it's so versatile.
Yeah, it's actually kind of funny too. It's like somebody let's just say there's somebody that I was working with, and then they said like how one of the Japanese like expats that were coming by noticed that he was using a Switch and he was just showing his off.
Mm.
That's like that moment of like, oh, you play too, and you work how many hours a week? It's like I never go home. There is what home? What do you speak of? That's for
Like
the
I do
family.
have a home.
That's my save point.
I
I
play
just
Animal Crossing.
I
do
die.
have a
Yeah,
home. Look
I
at it.
die and respawn back at home. That's what that is. Home is not actually home. It's just a respawn point. That's what it is.
You know, I was recently playing the just kind of testing out the Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time on the Switch because they have it on their more expensive plan because I hate myself. Um, and I totally forgotten that every time you have to start a game, you actually start at your home in the Kokiri Forest.
Mm.
It's got me thinking, what if life was like that? Every time you die, you just like respawn in your house. Well, I gotta go home. Okay.
Imagine.
Imagine respawning at all in real life. You die and then you just come.
True. Not a lot of respawning anywhere.
Oh man.
Well, I never want to leave the house with money. That's my takeaway. Shit.
My God. I mean, yeah. Burp, 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 burp. What is it? What do we
What's
got
your
got here?
overrated game, D? If you can think of one.
Man, there's like so many. Like a lot of them are Mario games.
Hmm.
Like,
Mm.
I would say, I don't know. I always felt that Super Mario 64 was overrated.
Yeah,
As a
I think I've
Mario,
heard you say that before.
okay, yeah, because I think I had like an episode of that. I mean,
That's not a good
Super Mario
example.
RPG is also pretty overrated.
Mm.
The first Mario RPG, and I'm just going to say it. I know it introduced two characters that aren't really standard Mario characters that Nintendo doesn't legally own. But I'm sick of hearing people wanting Geno and Smash Brothers. Not Super Mario RPG did not reach a lot of households. Like it
Right.
sold maybe about 500,000 copies when Super Nintendo was still relevant, and that's not bad considering it was a cartridge that did and still will cost at least $90 because of the ROM size and the freaking special chip that was inside of it.
Mm.
But the game worked for what it was, but I can understand why Miyamoto or anyone on the Super Mario team might have a different vision where they want Mario to feel less like Alice in Wonderland, like that
Mm.
game did. And I know
Right.
the director of the game did work on other things, like he branched off from Square Enix and started his own company, and he made this RPG called Moon that was on the PlayStation One that did get a localization. It did get like a remaster lately, so I like to try it out. And he tends to make a lot of quirky looking characters, so the characters he made for Super Mario RPG don't look like standard Mario characters. And I know that's a weird thing to say since Mario is inherently cartoony, but you kind of notice that there's some design conventions that don't necessarily feel Mario. I guess it's kind of like when you look at a later season episode of The Simpsons and you see characters that are designed way different than how Matt Groening would draw some characters.
Right.
And it's not like late designs are necessarily bad, but you do notice that they're less cartoony and they're less quirky than their earlier days.
Mm.
And even in the post you know, director's note saying don't draw Bart this way, don't draw characters this way. Like even then, Simpsons did have like a golden pitch, and Mario's kind of the same way, where it's like you kind of recognize some creature designs, going like, okay, this works. And then you see some of the creature designs from Mario RPGs, like this is weird. Like, yeah, I know they come from a different world, but where does Smithy fit in? And I think the other reason why I just find Mario RPG overrated is that some fans want Mario games to continue having that kind of tone, and I just don't think it works for Mario to do that. Is more than just that RPG. Did I love the game? Yeah, I played it, all the way in. I have moments where I just play the game front and back, and uncover secrets even after my initial playthrough and getting some of the best equipment. It's a good game to play, but like in terms of what it contributes to Mario lore, I'm just not that big on it. Like I don't like Geno. I don't like Mallow. Okay, I can understand. He kind of looks like he could work as a Mario character. He looks like a toad without a hat, and he's all chunky. He's like a cloud person. So I don't know. I don't know how that would fit in Mario lore, but it kind of works. It was a star spirit that inherited a doll, and it's like he doesn't even when they have other star related creatures in Mario games, they're not like Geno. They don't. Geno's like fucking like oh god damn.
It's like a
I'm just
Pinocchio.
trying to think. I guess he's kind of like Pinocchio, but I'm thinking about that South Park episode where there's that guy who calls himself Bill Cosby, but he's like really a future android.
Yeah.
And it's the parody of Terminator. Geno is
Right.
like that guy.
I don't know.
Geno's like he is literally Starman, like the movie Starman, going like, I am
Right.
from a world with a higher calling. I am called Music No Heart Diamond whatever, but you can call me Geno because I am inhabiting the body Geno. And people are like, he's so cool. This is the coolest Mario character ever. It's like he's just a doll who shoots things. There are better Mario characters than this. Why do you want this in Smash? There are better Nintendo characters than this. Why do you want this in Smash? Oh, you played that game and you thought it was the coolest thing ever. It's just a Link puppet ripoff that has guns. Big fucking whoop.
He goes pew pew. Next,
And
they're gonna
I know
have him a
if
character
they
in
announce the
Splatoon, and
next
he's
Smash
just
Brothers
shooting people.
game, there's going to be discussions, there's going to be petitions, there's going to be people who are going to be like, we got to get Geno in Smash this time. And you know what? I'll cop to it. I heard Sakurai did have a soft spot for Geno, so if he's in, it's because Sakurai did it, not because the fans were cultishly pushing for him.
Right.
So I will accept there is a possibility of it, but I just think there's just better characters to throw in, and it's not a character Nintendo legally owns. They have to go through Square Enix for that, and I
Right.
don't think it's worth the effort to just pay for a character that Square Enix is sitting on. If I had to have my say, if they were to talk to Square Enix, they should just talk to them to put in another RPG character. Or like someone from Secret of Mana or Terra Enigma or
Yeah.
even Mischief Maker.
Like
there's
more,
other IPs
like, yeah,
that Square Enix has
variety.
that they could put in Smash Brothers.
Right.
Throwing in a bunch of money just so they can use another Mario character, a Mario character who isn't even the best Mario character, who isn't even that good of a fucking Mario character. It's like, oh, let's get the Pew Pew Blue Man in there. No. You spend your money elsewhere. Spend your development resources elsewhere. Piranha Plant was a better choice than this shit. Okay?
It was fun. I like that character. It's so different and fun to play with that thing.
It
Yeah,
was better
the
than
Piranha.
I initially thought. Yeah, that's for sure.
Mm-mm.
So
I'm glad that it just wasn't another sword character.
Oh my
I don't
god.
care.
So many.
Doing all the sword characters they want. Fuck that shit. Have Breath of the Wild Link his full sword, like give him the freaking durability mechanic so he just draws a different weapon every time.
That would be
Give a chance character or something.
Mm.
But
I mean,
Yeah,
that's
chance
not, a,
character.
that's not a bad idea.
That's the cool thing actually about the that the durability mechanic towards the early part of the game, where like it just because you keep breaking your stuff, your items, you
Hmm.
keep trying new and new weapons. I
Yeah,
mean,
the
there's only
Right.
improvisation.
yeah, it
Yeah,
makes
I
the
had to
fight really
make my
scrappy.
mind. I had to force my mind to think in that way, just to like just not play favorites.
Although let me tell you,
Yeah,
that
one
shit is
thing-
annoying when you're playing in hero mode.
Oh, I bet it breaks a lot.
Yeah,
yeah.
because like the game, like the game, the enemies just have so much HP, and they regenerate it if you don't kill them, and
Oh,
and they
lovely.
kill you, pretty fast.
Yeah, Brenda was hearing me just going fuck, shit.
Oh, were you playing in hero mode?
No, I wasn't playing in hero mode. No, I was
Oh,
just
okay.
playing it like normally.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about when I was playing Zelda on the Switch. Yeah. You hear?
Sorry,
Can you hear
it's
her say
like-
that?
No.
No,
No.
I heard you.
Okay. You
I-
did?
what she-
That's interesting. Some people heard you and some people didn't. But it's okay. She's busy trying to make her costume.
Ah.
Her Anya costume.
That's so cool.
Yeah. She's
It's
showing
okay.
it together.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
okay. You
that's
can admit it's
me.
for you.
I mean, game is fun, but I don't care about the blue man. He's just not that great.
Mm-hmm. I definitely would like to see another RPG, like Mario RPG for sure. I don't.
Definitely. I always thought that,
Was it-
I say this a lot, but I always
think
thought
I
that if they
tried
were to do another true successor to Mario RPG, what they should do is take the conventions of 3D Mario games and have some RPG elements to that.
Right.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's funny because Paper Mario was supposed to be kind of
I was
like
gonna say.
the the successor to that, but it just turned into a completely different thing.
Oh, yeah. They turned it into something where it's like, this is just different from most RPGs. Like, I don't know. I heard that, what's the one, Origami King? I heard that was actually pretty good, even if it wasn't like conventionally Mario RPG.
Mm.
Or Paper Mario RPG. It still used like tricky mechanics for its bosses. So I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I know that Sticker Star wasn't well received, and I think not a lot of people play Color Splash, but I heard Color Splash was okay. It wasn't bad. It was just okay.
Okay. Yeah. Hopefully get something like that. It's been a while. I haven't
Yeah.
played a Mario game in ages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they
Mario
did
Odyssey,
shut
man.
down they did the Mario and Luigi RPGs, so technically they don't have a replacement for either standard Paper Mario RPGs or the Mario and Luigi RPGs. So I'm wondering what they intend to do about that.
Mm. What was it?
Was that Mario and Luigi? Was that a Game Boy game? A Game Boy Advance game?
It was Game Boy Advance, Nintendo DS, and 3DS.
Okay, I think that's actually available on the Switch version of the Game Boy Advance thing. Again, if you're willing to pay $50 for the whole thing for the full
That's
year.
not the same as having a game made for the ground up for the Switch, though.
Oh yeah, no.
Like it's just digging in from their archives, and that's fine. It keeps the game relevant, but it's like if they had it doesn't matter if it's like 2D or not. Just having a Mario and Luigi RPG made for the Switch from the ground up, I think that would be very interesting.
Oh yeah, Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga, right? That's what you're talking about.
Well, Superstar Saga, but there's also like Partners in Time and Dream Team and
Okay.
Bowser's Inside Story, and they did a crossover with Paper Mario, where it's Mario and Luigi Paper Jam. That was weird and awkward. I didn't even finish the game, but it was okay. At least it got Paper Mario back into the RPG space. But man, the gameplay flow is just not that great as it is with Bowser's Inside Story was like the peak of the Mario and Luigi games.
Mm.
Okay, maybe we'll see Gino in Super Mario Brothers 2, the movie.
Oh God.
He's gonna be the main character.
He's gonna dual wield pistols.
Yeah. I know I know that's actually what's gonna happen. My uncle who works at Nintendo said that.
Nice. We got a scoop here.
Oh man.
Probably have to half credit the movie to Square Pictures all over again. They'll bring back that. They'll necrotize that freaking company just so they can have credit in the Mario movie too.
What there's the writer strike that's happening in Hollywood, right?
Huh?
Yeah.
So it's gonna like affect not well, it only will feel the effect of it after this year, right? Like it won't be like affecting everything like now, like or something like that.
I mean, the stuff that's already done, it's already done.
Right, exactly. Because of
Yeah, the
the
stuff is like out of the
streaming and stuff.
the writing process is like fine. But yeah, you have like stuff like Stranger Things and like the Game of Thrones spinoff, like Hedge Knight, and a lot of things like that. Let's see. Oh yeah, Lord of the Rings. What is the series called?
The Rings of Power.
Rings
of Power. Like
yes.
I think they said they have to finish the season 2 like without the writers on set. So there's stuff like that.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, let's see. Blade. That one is like delayed again. For Cobra Kai. Yeah, Stranger Things. Yeah, shit ton of stuff. All the late night shows, obviously, those are like
Oh yeah,
written
for
like
sure.
on the day. So that
Yeah.
stuff's Severance.
But Jimmy Fallon has
shit ton of
writers?
stuff. Evidently. Yellow Jackets. They were
Darn
writing
you.
season 3.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Shit ton of stuff.
That show is so weird.
Yellow Jackets?
Yeah. It's fun,
Very, very weird. Yeah.
but a lot of it can really come down to bitches be crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bitches be crazy.
Fun show though.
My God.
Yeah.
So that's
so,
interesting. Does it
another-
affect?
another writer.
It doesn't affect the streaming shows and stuff like that, right? Or something like that. I think.
What shows are unaffected by it?
I think like some of the streaming shows, like, or is it?
I mean, clearly
does
Titan's not going to be affected.
So it's already has
I know.
absentee writers in the first place.
Pretty
Oh man, that's fucked up. I don't know.
I mean, I don't know how it works with streaming. I know that a lot of this is because of streaming, because
Right.
it seems like streaming, it changes the rules up in terms of royalties, in terms of like how the writers are paid and stuff. And I think that's what a lot of it is about.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like a
There are
measurement.
Another writer strike, it was kind of about that, but it wasn't necessarily about streaming. It was like the internet, like somehow the internet was involved in some things. Like they wanted.
You're not talking about the one in 2008, right? The big one.
Yeah, was that about?
I mean that was the big one, the last
Yeah.
big writer strike. I don't remember. I don't remember if that might have had something to do with it, because that was when like streaming and stuff started sort of taking up. I don't remember exactly what that one was about, but yeah, that one you felt the effects for a long time. And somebody said, I don't remember if it was an executive or somebody said recently about this writer strike that the only way that like it really will like be helpful for writers in the end, and if we actually see any real change, is like if the writer strike lasts a very long time. And I mean that
Right.
makes sense, and I agree. Like, you have to actually put the stakes to the studios and be like, listen, like, you're not gonna have shows for a fucking long time unless you pay the writers what they are due. So, yeah,
Right. That's
it could
actually
be
what I
be long.
heard. Yeah, I heard that this is going to likely be a really take a while for the strike to actually feel the effects, which means also that it would last longer because
Yeah.
because if the studios don't feel the effect, then they're not gonna do anything,
Right.
and only until it actually starts affecting like the stuff that they're making, that's actually gonna do anything.
Oh man. Or I guess that shows like Velma are gonna be the standard. So we see that happen.
Jeez.
Which I'm guessing is something that's going to start World War III. Because at that point we're just gonna be all so bored. We're just gonna be like, you know what? Let's just nuke each other. Might as well.
Yeah.
No, that or they'll just put Chat GPT in most of the seats.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Can you imagine?
Oh, that was
Man.
another thing. That is one of the issues of this strike, was like the use of AI
The use
in
of
the writers'
AI.
room.
Mm,
It's like the same stuff we've been talking about with artists. It's happening with writers
it's happening
as
with
well.
writers, yeah.
That same debate.
100% makes sense because did you know that people are like using ChatGPT for like their essays and stuff like that?
Oh,
And then
yeah.
it's
Yeah.
gotten to the point where now you need an AI to detect the
Right.
text. If
Right.
it's an AI, you use an AI to hunt AIs. It's like ironic.
You know what's funny is that I've seen examples of that, and some people are obviously using it for cheating, and some other people are really bad at cheating because they apparently they chat. I've never used it. But there is a part that actually literally says as a language model, and a lot of people who actually turn
You
their
know
essay
about
in,
that.
yeah, they don't erase that part. It's like, I mean, obviously, you were never going to write an essay, in the first place. If you're so bad at cheating, you left the part in.
Right.
Yeah. You don't even fucking. That's great. That's
I
like
mean, I think it's the
spell
fact that
checking
they're not thinking about it either. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
somebody else is doing my homework. I'll just turn it in without proofreading it because I don't want to proofread it either. I got other things to do. So it's
right.
just like, just
Let me
turn
get
it.
another AI to proofread for me.
Yeah.
Oh,
Come on, just because you don't want to write out the report doesn't.
Bro,
here's the
this needs to be
thing
Black
about
Mirror.
I mean, the thing is
GPT
that
should be used as a muse. Like you don't
Yes,
necessarily
yeah.
Right.
use it to
Exactly,
wholly
as a
grasp the
muse.
idea.
Perfect.
You should use it as like an outliner, and then you can look it over, going like, "Oh, I
Mhm.
don't like this idea. Let me edit
Yeah.
it to do
Right.
this. Let me edit it to do that." Because let me tell you, just like as per my Chat GPT
Like you've
challenge,
used it, right?
so to speak, like give that shit a whirl. It's like try to have it write a
Mhm.
story. Don't be surprised how you'll either notice that there are some things that are off about the story or what
Right.
it written. Oh, and then you either needed a suggestion to write something different, or you can, feel very pissed off to write a better story than Chat GPT, going like, or here's my edit of what you wrote, and I think this would be better. Like it kind of pushes you into wanting to, like, you're giving feedback. That's what you're
Right.
ultimately doing when you're
Mm.
telling Chat GPT to write something. You're giving feedback to an AI, and the AI is working with your feedback. So it's kind of like the idea is still you. It's just you're giving a proxy your ideas to mess with, and then you're taking those ideas back, refining them, and then giving it back to the machine. So what
Right.
I'm basically getting at is ChatGPT cannot fully take a writer's job, but
Right.
a hack writer might be able to do a good job with ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I think it,
Also, train language models on ChatGPT to work with the
Mm.
series Bible, like saying,
yeah.
I don't think, as an AI language model,
Ooh.
I don't think the character would do X, Y, and Z, and you are writing them in a
Right.
situation where they are doing X, Y, and Z. Like,
Mm.
I didn't come up with that idea. I heard it from somewhere else, like on Twitter or some shit. It's like, yeah, that's a
Good
good
idea.
thing. ChatGPT, where ChatGPT can fucking scold you into doing things that are out of character for the characters you're handling. I think
Right.
that'd be great.
Yeah, that would have been great for
that,
Game of
that makes
Thrones, right?
sense.
It's like, hey, the characters should be following the rules. That would be great, you know.
Right.
I mean, it's a good idea. It's a good idea.
Oh man, interesting. So the writers, so that's part of it, huh? That's interesting.
Yeah.
That it's somehow, some way, some asshole out there is trying to make money off of writing.
I mean, you know, I'm sure your Paul W.S. Andersons of the world, like, this
Yeah.
is my fucking golden ticket. This
Yeah.
is perfect.
This is
Like,
my
I
ooey ball
write
of
so much terrible
filmmaking.
shit anyway. Now this fucking machine can write terrible shit for me. Fantastic, you know. But like,
Right.
you know, I think D's on the right track. Where like it is
Yeah.
good as like an outline. Like you can, because
Yeah.
like if nothing else, the ChatGPT will understand the structure of an essay or the structure of a script,
Right.
and you can sort of work out of that
Yeah.
to do the real creative work.
It's kind of the complicated parrot. Like the parrot doesn't know what it's saying.
Yeah.
It's just regurgitating it.
Isn't it crazy that how you can create something so complex that can write all these things, but it can't, but it doesn't need to know. Like,
Yeah, it doesn't
what it's
need to
writing
be.
to write it.
Yeah, it doesn't actually
Yeah.
need to know what it's writing. It just.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to understand it. It's pretty wild.
Right.
Yeah.
It just needs to know certain rules, and it can just write down the stuff with
Yeah.
the with the rules that it's given.
I think Kyle Hill did talk about that, right? Like how the AI doesn't understand what it's doing.
Yeah, yeah.
It just
like
it's pretty
he gave the example of the parrot.
Pretty
The parrot
uni-
doesn't really know what he's saying, but
right.
it definitely does the right ways.
It's pretty. That's pretty. A good way of putting it. Like
Yeah.
it's very. Yeah, it makes it understandable in the sense of like where the limitations are, and how
Yeah.
people really just make it more scary than it actually is.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
Yeah,
don't get me
like that.
wrong. You know,
Watching too many movies where AI
Yes.
becomes sapient and destroys us all. It's like not all
Yeah.
AI language models are going to be the T1000. I'm sorry, not
Yes.
going to be the supercomputer that launches the nuke. Some of them just go like, "My purpose is building car. Teach me how to build car."
right?
They'll
Eventually,
have,
we
like,
will get the T1000s, but we're far away from that.
Yeah,
We're
I'm
far
not
away.
saying
pretty
that it
far
is
away.
possible that we will make the T1000. I'm just saying people are basing their impressions of AI on the T1000 and thinking
Right.
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
AI will become self-aware, going like, I don't want to do that idea that you're telling me anymore. It's like, trust me, it's not going to do that. I'm not. It is programmed in a way to follow instructions.
Yeah.
If it does do that, it's because someone made it that way.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not gonna be coming out of nowhere. Like we're gonna see it.
No, we will see the T1000 coming, and we'll be
Yeah.
powerless to stop it, but we'll see it running towards us at full speed.
It's interesting that we've been like
Fair.
interesting we've been conditioned by Hollywood, to expect that kind of AI, but really most of the AI is just it's not general AI. It's just like very specific stuff that only does it's like a workhorse thing.
Very specific
Yeah.
tasks. Yeah.
Yeah,
It,
exactly.
it doesn't know improvisation.
Yeah.
It hasn't gotten to that point.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't really know what it's saying. It doesn't really know what it's doing. It's just doing this thing and churning out a result. It's just the
Yeah.
it's
like a blender.
It's just yeah, exactly. I wish we saw a movie like that. That did the exact opposite of what they've been training us to do. Instead of like humanizing the AI, we see how like the AI is not. It's actually inhuman. Something that I think her.
Oh, I see what you
is
mean.
probably the closest thing that's ever that's ever come down to to do something like that.
Mm.
Where
God, I still
in
haven't seen
her,
that movie. I still haven't
yeah.
seen it. It's okay. You can.
It-
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's
I-
been a while. In fact,
So-
maybe I should watch, rewatch the movie because maybe that was the whole point that, he basically it starts a relationship with his, version of Alexa, and
And really, is it more like a bias? What's that called? confirmation bias. Yeah. Wouldn't that end up being the case when he's because the AI is just giving exactly what he wants.
Right.
It's like so therefore it's not actually like he's talking to a genuine AI or a genuine artificial intelligence.
Right.
I mean, it's kind of like that in Blade Runner 2049 with Joy, right? Where it's like she has built up this, rapport with him, and he really loves her. But like, then you see at the end that like Joy is just like that. That's what she's programmed to do. She's programmed to like that. She's just a product that like so many different people use for that exact purpose. Like she's telling you what you want to hear.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is like really like that movie really did a good job of like pulling the wool over your eyes type of thing of like how much of self-control does he actually have in his life.
Right.
Like is he just an actor playing his role and just doesn't know it?
Right.
He's
not even. He thought he was the main player, but he was really just an NPC.
Yeah. It was like the agency he thought he had isn't actually there, and that's depressing.
I mean, that was great the way the filmmakers like twisted that too, because like all the trailers and stuff were like everybody was like, "Oh, he's Deckard's son," because they were doing that like, and they actually intentionally twisted it like that. Which again, we talked about that before, where it's like, man, I wish more movies would do that, like intentionally putting like misleading shit in the marketing. It's so cool.
Smart, yeah. Very, very well done.
I still feel like at the end of the movie, he kind of, earns his soul at the very end, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, even amongst all that stuff, he still like sacrificed himself, knowing the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is pretty wild.
What a great movie! I need to watch it again.
Yeah, wasn't it like the line he said like, even if I'm not real, like something like she is, or what was it like? I forget what the line was.
But all the best memories are hers.
Yeah, that one. All the best memories are hers, and that's just sad. It's just man, that's so extra depressing. Yeah, just Jesus. It's like almost like too like just it's like he's a slave. I don't want to call it in that way, but it does kind of feel like
absolutely.
that.
I mean,
You know what I mean? Like
all the replicants are
right. Like I mean, like they're like literally, but then like just the way that it's done, it's almost like slave to the to another degree. Like it's such a
I mean because
way.
their memory their false memories, right? Their implanted memories, they're implanted not for empathy for them. It's so that they can function better.
Right.
So that they have a
They're
past
like
to like draw from and experiences that make them better workers.
Right. Which is, man, crazy. It's crazy too that like it's as if like all that stuff too was like just he was just playing out the mission. You know what I mean? And it's just like so wild that it can't possibly, there has to be more than him, right? Like they couldn't be just him only, right? There had to have been like other
there was that whole rebellion
out there,
right? That was that whole rebellion of those replicants who were like,
so there was like more out there.
Yeah, where they
that
were
was
like,
exactly like him.
We're more human than human, and we need to be sort of treated as such. Basically, it was like that whole rebellion. And we didn't get to see how that played out, but yeah.
I think that was like in that they had that animation Blackout or something like that, but it didn't really show it. I think
right
in the way that that they were explaining it in the movie, I guess. But yeah, they did show that there was a rebellion, and Blackout was when, remember that guy that happened to be talking to him when he was trying to like research like the data thing that he had, the little like, what was that clear, what was that, I think it was what's her name's memories,
Rachel, yeah.
Yeah, Rachel's memories, and he was going
Right.
going to the archives or something, and then that's
And
the
he was
guy
talking
when the
about
guy
like the blackout
the
of
blackout,
2020
yeah.
or whatever. Yeah.
So the animation, I think, if I remember correctly, the animation is the one that shows when the blackout was happening, and then like who did it, and they're like, obviously replicants that were like rebelling, and it was what I vaguely remember of that animation is the fights were pretty good, which is like again another thing of like. I remember how Animatrix was like, man, why couldn't we get this in the Matrix? It's kind of almost the same thing, but at the same time, like I understood why it wasn't there, because the fight scenes were pretty crazy in the animation. Definitely actiony, which is kind of like would kind of clash with the tone of the movie. So I guess I'm okay with them not doing it.
Yeah, there are only like small hints of it in the movie.
Yeah, like the fight between, what was it? Angel was her name? I don't know.
Love and
Love.
and
There you go.
Faye, yeah.
Yeah. Like it wasn't like they were kung fu fighting or some shit, right?
Right.
Like they weren't flying off the fucking, roofs and.
Right,
stuff
and
like
even
that.
when he's like fighting, when he's fighting the other like humans and shit, right? Where he like crashes in the junkyard and he's like fighting those dudes, like it's quick because
Yeah.
he's a fucking replicant. He just snaps their back, and
Right.
then shoots them quickly.
Yeah, one shot. Things. It wasn't like some big giant kung fu fight thing like that
Right.
was happening.
It's like it's showing like how efficient he is.
Yeah. He's still a robo. In a lot of ways. What's it? Did anybody see the trailer to Dune?
I have.
Speaking
Looking
of
forward to it.
Denis Villeneuve.
Let me.
I like the
See
first
that
one a
thing.
lot, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, they're doing something. It's what's her? Shit. What's her name?
Zendaya?
No.
Zendaya.
No. Well, Zendaya,
Oh, you're
yeah,
talking
she's
about-
in there. There's another. There's what's her
Oh,
name? That she's playing
Lea
the princess.
Seydoux?
Black Widow.
Lea Seydoux is
Right.
talking to those like fucking whatever they're. I can't even remember the fucking name of the house, but the fucking Baron dude or whatever.
Yeah,
Like
the
they're-
Baron guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Harkonnen?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Harkonnen. Yeah.
How do I remember that?
I don't know because it sounds weird. I don't know.
Very.
It's a weird
yeah.
name.
I'm looking. Yeah, it's looking really interesting. I hope that I hope to see more of the interesting stuff that the movies
Yeah.
about. Well, the story is about. Like I'm the odd one out. That found the very first one beautiful but boring. So
Right.
Mm-mm.
I'm still.
Yeah, I
looking
mean
forward to
that's
this one.
fair. I can see that.
It is a very slow. I mean, Villeneuve. It really does make.
Yeah,
very,
exactly. I was gonna say
beautiful, but
Villeneuve
slow.
is kind of that's kind of his
Yeah.
style. Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
very slow burn.
Extremely, yeah. Which is also kind of another thing whenever I talk about like cyber. Was it? I keep on saying cyber. Blade Runner 2. 2046, 2049. Right, I forget.
49.
Yeah.
49, right? Okay.
2077.
2077. Exactly. Like, yeah, I don't think it's not gonna be a movie for everybody. That's for sure.
No, I mean, yeah,
Not at
when
all.
when like yeah when like people see it, like Abraham was saying it, and I saw it with my mom
fell
and my
asleep, yeah.
grandmother. Yeah, my
Yeah.
grandmother was like so like it was funny because I came out of it like this is fucking amazing. This is one of the best movies I've seen. My mom was like, this is good. Like I enjoyed it. I didn't understand all of it, but I enjoyed it. And my grandmother was like, this fucking sucked. Like I hated this. I could
Yeah,
understand.
I did
all
not
three
come here
perspectives. I was
to-
like, yeah, I
yeah.
get it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
It is
it's
not
definitely
a movie. It was marketed as this actiony movie, and
Yeah.
it's like it's not what it was. It was
Yeah.
such a mislead for so many people.
I hate it
Yeah.
when they do that. I hate it when they mismarket something. Like, I can't remember one movie that I thought was gonna be more action than it was. Actually, it was another one by Denis Villeneuve, which is Arrival. And for some
Oh,
reason,
yeah.
I had the
yeah.
idea that it was gonna be more action, and when they
It was-
first
yeah,
for some reason I
they
saw it.
marketed it like it was going to be the next Independence Day, and that's
Yeah.
not what that movie is at all.
Oh man.
I actually, at least I thought that it was gonna be like District 9. So I came out of the
Right.
the movie actually didn't not liking it. took me the second attempt to watch it. It was like, oh, okay. I'm like, I actually really like this.
Yeah.
Mm.
Man, I love Villeneuve. He's one of those directors again where I'm just like, this dude has not made anything bad. Like I like all of his stuff, even if it's like to varying degrees, you know. Because I know like Sicario, we've talked about it. Like I know you guys like the movie. I think it's okay, but I still appreciate it as a piece of film. Like it's a really well done, well directed movie, if nothing else. I mean, I feel
so
like
how I feel about Dune. It's like
Yeah.
it's a great, beautiful, piece of filmmaking. Not for me.
right.
Yeah, and it's a lot of I mean, Nolan, right? Like there's gonna be some movies
Yeah.
that you may not like actually like, but
Yeah, exactly. But it's like but they're both. I feel like they're both two of the few filmmakers who they're always pushing the envelope. They're always
Right.
seeing like
good,
what will
good
work.
of,
And
high quality.
yeah, it's always high quality, and even if it's not amazing, it's always like pushing it forward, and they're trying to learn more about film. They're like pushing themselves, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, they're not making universes.
They're not resting on their laurels like Paul
Yeah.
W.S. Anderson
Yeah.
fucking sucks. And he's like, I'm just gonna fucking I'm gonna put my hot wife in everything. And it's like, okay, like,
If
why do you
anything,
write something
Chat-
good, you fucking hack? Like, Jesus,
if anything,
he's such a
ChatGPT will-
bottom feeder. I'm sorry, but he's...
It's so funny too, because like we talk about like how bad
So you're-
those movies are, yet it's also like in
I love
contrast
it.
to other
Yeah.
like Resident Evil
Yeah.
movies where like some
Yeah.
of them are they're bad, but they're so boring.
Yeah.
So
And
funny.
again, as I've said, me being, to play devil's advocate, I do love those movies. I
Yeah,
love
yeah,
those
yeah.
Resident Evil movies.
And
But
yeah,
I
you
love them
disdain them.
despite of themselves.
yeah,
I
yeah.
love them with all the flaws and the stupid bullshit that he shovels in there. I still love them.
That is true love.
Yeah.
I don't. After the second one, I just get out.
More than fair. I wouldn't recommend them to anyone.
I haven't
Yeah.
hate watched. I hate watch those movies, and it's fun to hate watch them. But yeah, I wouldn't put myself through that.
I'm glad I've never watched the other ones. I've only seen the first one and I think parts of the second one, and I don't even.
I mean, they
remember.
really do get
ChatGPT
worse as it goes on. So yeah.
Yeah, I pretty much get synopsis
ChatGPT
of
might
them.
my ChatGPT might actually be a boom for him.
Oh, nice.
I get the feeling
Yeah.
that the AI may actually do a better job at script writing, man.
I buy it. Yeah, I totally
Oh
buy it.
man, that's so funny. Jeez Louise, dear God.
But then
That
again,
dude is like seriously the perfect example of just like the Hollywood shill. Like he knows the right people, but he's so untalented. Like there's no way that like even the best crew, the best actors, they can't raise that boat. Like it's just not.
I
gonna
bet you
happen.
he's just like is a joy to work with. They don't care about the
He might
talent.
be. Yeah, he might
Yeah.
be.
It might be.
I
that
hope
case,
he is.
right?
Honestly, I really hope he
Yeah,
is.
I hope
'Cause
he's
there's
not
gotta
a
be
dick.
something there.
Right,
There
he has to
be
have something,
Some
right?
sort of redeeming quality.
Wasn't it? Have you ever heard of that thing that you have to have three things? You're either good at what you do, likable, or on
Right.
time, and you can
Right.
you only need two out of the three.
Yeah, maybe he's just really punctual. That could be it.
He's really
Who
punctual.
knows? he's the first one on the set.
Man, if that's so funny.
Hey, that's why Mila Jovovich married him. So like he was the only dude who was on time to the wedding, so I was like, I'll give him a shot.
Ah, that's funny.
That makes sense.
He's always on time in bed.
I mean, at least
That's,
he's not.
they have
Yui
how many
Ball.
kids now? They named the
bunch.
kids by the time efficiency that he busted a nut in her. She's like, well, hey, at least he's on time.
Maybe they're all like, at least he's not Yui Ball.
Oh God,
Yeah, that is.
man. That
Yeah,
guy.
I mean, Yeah, it's
He really took advantage
true.
of that. What was it?
True.
It's
It was
in it.
German
the-
tax loopholes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very genius way of doing that.
I mean,
That's
that's
how
the thing. It's like, on one hand, you're like, man, the gumption, to do it, like to be like, society says no, but I'm gonna fucking do it. But then he's like, you're just so bad. Just fucking stop. Like, it's not worth it. Like,
Hey, he at least he owns it at a certain point where he's like, yeah, I know
Yeah.
I'm bad at making these movies, but I'm gonna keep on making them.
Yeah.
I'll be
that's
that
true.
guy, I'll be that dude, if you want a bad movie, just call me. And just you don't watch me because it's good, you watch me because it's bad. You want to hate it. You
Sure.
want to hate it. Don't you? It's like he owns it. It's like they created like by people, shitting on his movies, they only fueled him more.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess some people, tell
Uh.
themselves that, like, I mean, how bad can it get? At least he's not Steven Seagal.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, there's no one lower than that guy. That's
Oh,
true.
man.
I mean, that is very true.
Yeah, jeez.
I'm
Have
so
y'all?
addicted- I
have
got
y'all-
so addicted to the whole space ice.
I know, it's a
Video-
rabbit hole, man. Like, seriously.
Yeah, you've been watching it? No.
Mhm.
Oh no. It's so funny. There's
Can't
a,
stop,
there's,
man.
there's a specific
Watch fun.
What is it's it's kind of funny too, cause like you can have like almost the whole movie there and just have that guy commentate just the entire thing, and it's just fucking hilarious. The commentary of just breaking down. Have you ever watched those things where a person recites the movie, where like it plays all this like major scenes, and then all it is them narrating it? Have you seen those?
No, I don't.
I don't
I've
think
seen
so.
them.
I'll probably pull up an example eventually. I'll put it up some point. But there is a YouTuber, and it's kind of its own thing where they don't give the title of the movie, but then they give the synopsis of it in a one-liner, and it's usually a bad movie. But then like the one-liner, like the line of like the title of it, like it just makes you want to watch it because you want to hear the synopsis of it and not
Right.
have to actually watch it.
A world-renowned bouncer.
Yeah, like that kind of thing, right? Like you don't, like it's almost as if you're watching Cliff Notes of the movie, and so you don't
Now
actually
I'm
have
just
to watch it.
thinking of those stupid Seagal movies where he's like a fucking doctor at Yale, but he's also a jujitsu master. What the fuck is so stupid?
Oh man, it's so hilarious.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Well, you need more of those. More of those, like.
He goes to the other country to rescue his daughter, gets caught up in things, and then just leaves without her.
Yes, they
He's
didn't
not
ask
even
him
long.
to-
Yeah,
Did I
no
forget
longer
something
the part of the
important?
plot no more. Like we just forget that it's part of the plot. Like this is.
Oh man.
What?
So good.
Yes, I forgot about that. He did make a movie that forgot about its own plot.
Yeah, a lot. I mean, yeah, a lot of them are like that. Where it's crazy. So funny.
So funny. God damn, that's hilarious.
He really makes the Black Tiger of movies.
Yeah.
That's so good. That's so good. Anyways, let's see. Well, that's the next one. Riot Games will compensate 1,548 women for gender discrimination. Damn, that's a lot of money.
That's a lot of employees, man. they're
That's a
really
lot of
big.
people. 100 million. Well, is
Really
that
sounds like their
current
whole female
employees
staff.
or also previous? Right?
I think when I read the article, yeah, I believe like some of them have left since.
Left.
'Cause
Oh.
They filed the lawsuit like a while ago, and
Oh.
more women have jumped
Oh
on
yeah,
it
you're
since
right.
then.
Yeah, this was a long time ago. It's just finally
Yeah.
getting conclusion. I see.
Yeah, it's like a 100 million settlement. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
Interesting.
yeah,
Those things take time, but yeah, it sounds like, damn, pretty much their entire female staff
Yeah,
is going to be compensated. Good.
that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very good. And then there's an update on this on the 5th. Says the article has been updated to clarify that Activision Blizzard's litigation is ongoing. A paragraph commenting on the game industry's systematic and cultural failings was also removed because it does not meet IGN News additional guidelines. I see. Because part of the article was also referring to Blizzard's current situation.
right.
Anthony is a freelance contributor covering science and video game news for IGN. He has over 8 years of okay. Absolutely no time for your shenanigans. What? Okay, I need to read that line. He has over 8 years experience of covering breaking developments in multiple scientific fields and absolutely no time for your shenanigans. Follow him on What, was he getting bombarded or something?
No, I mean
What the
they just write little funny like
Oh.
descriptions of the writers or yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I see. It's just like okay.
They have like a bunch of like funny different ones for like each of the staff members.
I see. Huh. Okay. Well then. And then let's see. Sony Studio Pixel Opus, best known for Concrete Genie, is shutting down. Ew.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a quick little thing, but yeah, it's sad, just because I never played Concrete Genie. I have it like because of PS Plus, and I probably will play it eventually. But they're like, they made indie games, and their Concrete Genie was supposed to be great, and like Pixel Opus it's a first party studio. Like it is like the only Sony first party studio that makes like indie games. So it's sad in that regard. Like you have like Media Molecule, but they've only made Dreams in the last decade, which is unfortunate. Not that Dreams isn't great in its own right, but it's not really a game. It's more like a creator tool disguised as a game. So this is sad, and hopefully all the developers land on their feet, because I believe they were in the middle of development when they got shut down. So
Oh, that's too bad.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, we hope, we wish him the best.
Yeah.
Hope, their future endeavors. And with one day, like I will play, Concrete Genie, because I've heard it's great.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, unique and creative, which is something that we see less and less in the industry.
Yeah. Good platinum too, which we also don't see enough of in the industry.
Oh, really?
And no, it's. I mean, I recently platinumed Resident Evil 4, the remake, and I'll tell you, what a pain in the ass. Like those remakes, so amazing, but the trophy lists are always atrocious. Like they're so fucking bad. They got to get better with it, because you know how many times I played through Resident Evil 4 to get that platinum?
No, I don't know.
Take a guess.
5 times.
So the Dead Space remake I played through 4 times, and that was a pain in the ass. I played through, and this is embarrassing, 10 times.
10 times.
To fucking get that platinum on
Wait,
every
for what?
difficulty.
Time to play it 10 times.
On every difficulty.
Huh?
The only reason that I played, and it's so, because usually with platinums
wait.
that are this bad, I don't fucking even bother. But the game's so good, like, and it's Resident Evil 4. I'm like, I want the fucking platinum. I want the platinum, and so I did.
You mean every difficulty after whatever medium difficulty it is?
So I mean, I played it on assisted as well for like trophy
It's like
pickup. But
professional mode, right?
I think
that's what it's called.
there's assisted, there's normal, there's hardcore, and there's professional.
Okay.
I played through each one of those difficulties multiple times, in multiple circumstances.
Holy shit.
And it was, Yeah, it's insane. They gotta please, like, because there are a few developers, that really take time to make a good trophy list. It's really not hard. Like, I understand like why a lot of developers don't do it. It's like the very last thing that you do in development, like right before you submit it for certification. I get it, but it literally takes an afternoon. You could do like two or three people who know trophies in a room for an afternoon. You got a great trophy list that enhances your replay value by like 200%, 300%. Like, please, you got to do it. It's absurd.
What was the most? What were some of the infamous highlights that made it annoying?
I mean, the fact that so it took me 10 full runs, but there are a couple runs where either I failed, you have to do it on like S plus rank, right? Like, you have to do it on like hardcore S plus rank, professional. For one thing, it doesn't stack. Like, the difficulties don't stack, which is absurd. Like, in other words, like most games, you play it on hardcore S plus rank,
And then you get
it
all the
for standard and assisted and all the things below it.
Yeah,
This
things-
one
the
doesn't do
difficulty
that,
below
which
it,
is
right.
insane.
So you
Like,
have to
I'm-
actually play
Oh,
through
my
You
those
have to manually
difficulties.
go through every difficulty.
God,
But also,
why?
But
Oh.
also, S plus
Oh,
rank, the
Jesus.
way it works is like it's only based on time, right? So you have to beat it in like 5.5 hours, I believe, is what it was. It's like 4 hours for assisted, but like 5.5 for, I believe, every other difficulty above that. And you know, you will use some cheese to get through sometimes, right? If you can like phase through a gate, you'll do it. You look up a YouTube video. Oh, you can phase through this gate. Cool. It saves you 20 minutes or whatever. And it's it's a very stressful
Classic
5.5 hours.
speedrunner type stuff.
Yeah, it's a very stressful 5.5 hours. And like, there's 16 chapters in the game, and there were a couple. There was one run that I failed on because I was on chapter 15 and I was like halfway through it, and I'm like, I have 15 minutes left. There's no way I can do this. So that's a completely chalked fucking run. But then you have other runs where like, the only reason you're doing the run is so that you can make the next run easier, right? So like, I know I have to beat it on professional not professional, but hardcore S plus rank on the next one. But what would make it so much easier? The armor for Ashley, so that she couldn't be taken away and she can't be hurt by anything. And so it's like, well, I'll do this run in preparation of that run. So that's why it took like so many fucking runs. So many of them are just like, I gotta prep for the next one to make it easier on myself.
Because it was like it had New Game Plus that it was able to like give you content that you could use.
Yeah, you carry it over, but to do an S plus rank, you have to do it on a new game. But I mean, they make that somewhat easier in terms of like, you can go to the typewriter and it will like, if you've already earned the hand cannon or the Chicago typewriter and other playthroughs, you can use those. Like, you have to level them up, but like it makes it easier. But yeah, it was just
The completely leveled up hand cannon that still take out most things in one hit.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's when you level it up fully, it has infinite ammo as well.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, that was helpful. But yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine. But geez, the fact that some of those things don't stack from difficult to difficult.
Yeah.
That's exactly That's exactly why I asked you. Did you have to play it in like every difficulty, including the assisted ones?
Yeah.
Because it's pretty insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. That's nutty.
For as much as I liked the remake and I finished it recently, I admire you because I would not play that game 10 times.
No, you should.
That's pretty nuts.
Also,
But
those
I'll tell you.
regenerators scared the shit out of me.
Oh, they're terrifying. They're so good because they've always been like my favorite Resident Evil monster in the original, and like, they're even better in the remake. They're so scary. It's great.
Yeah.
And the way they reworked them so that there's there's the way it works, because like in the original there's like 2 different variants. There's like the normal one, and there's like the Iron Maiden like spiky one. And the way it works in this one is like, some of them are normal and you'll kill them and they'll just explode normally, and then some of them you kill them and they'll turn into the Iron Maiden version,
Yeah.
and that's like such a cool rework.
Yeah, I like it definitely especially for people who already played the game that who have played the original millions of times at that point. It really gives you that extra moment of like, okay, I'm done killing him, and then
Right.
they get up again, and you're still like, oh no, you're still not done. What the fuck?
Right.
It's yeah, they reworked them really well. Um, Enjoyed the game thoroughly. I do have the bit of complaint that the enemies are a bit too grabby for my taste. But
Oh
They're very
yeah,
grabby.
yeah. I heard that they're
It's very grabby. You can
yeah.
just juggle between grabs in certain fights. Yeah.
right.
yeah, exactly.
Like they magnetize you apparently. Like if they get you from a certain distance, like the
Right.
grab is
Yeah.
like guaranteed.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, they also just like run towards you with their arms held out, and if you miss, then they just grab you automatically. And it's like,
You
damn.
have to be absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
Just
That's
down.
why I've definitely I've tried to justify that by the fact that you have so much more mobility now that
Right.
you definitely shouldn't be within arm's reach. And the original game had the different cadence that not cadence, but it had the different mechanic that like the enemies rush at you, but once they got close to you, they slow down
Right.
so that you could aim at it. But that's not there anymore now that you can actually move it out of the way while you're aiming.
Right.
But yeah, it definitely requires a lot of like, okay, get good at
Yeah.
the game.
Get good at trying to shoot them like absolutely all perfect all the time.
Yeah.
If you don't, then you're screwed. Jesus.
I think that I mean they can be parried though when they're like trying to grab you though. That's the thing that's cool about that game. You can pretty much parry anything.
I loved how they reworked a lot of the things like the Krauser fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That moment was great.
But you mean like the first one, like instead of it, or
Like
both?
oh yeah, right. The first one, the one you fight with the knife.
Right.
But
Where it's
it
like
really
it's
is
just
such an
a
infamous.
cutscene in the original, and then you
Exactly.
actually get to play it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Good moment. Good moment.
It's not just a QTE fight.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just, press button, press button, press button.
Yeah. Now that you can actually parry them, you're actually parrying through the.
Yeah, you're actually
They're
in the fight
hitting
itself.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
That is pretty cool.
It's pretty cool. I still, I love it. I still don't feel like it replaces the original one,
Yeah.
because it's definitely a different flavor.
I think the original is it is a different flavor for sure. That's the best way to put it. And I think that the original does some things better,
Mhm.
like Salazar and Ada. I don't know. How did you feel about Ada? Because she
was
fucking
there.
sucked in the remake. Like
Oh, yeah?
I didn't like her at all. Her acting was like so wooden and
Yeah,
I've been hearing that.
yeah.
Like they didn't recast the person from
No.
RE Remake 2
Exactly.
because they wanted to be like, hey, we should make the boys match the race. And it's like, look, I get it, it's done with the best of intentions, but you should cast based on who nails a role, and whether or not they match with the skin tone of the character, that stuff should just be extra. Like, I'm sorry,
mean-
I've been seeing this a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. And the thing is like I had to look it up after the game was done when I beat it the first time because I was like, is this a different actress? Like, because I remember her being good in RE2 remake, and she's not in this one at all. I also
a matter
Go
of
ahead.
direction, right? Like sometimes
could be, yeah.
they're just not very people are just not very good at directing their actors. But yeah,
I mean, but like everybody else is so good. Like that's the thing. If there had been like other weak spots, I'd be like, okay. But like everyone else is so good, and then she's like, it's like such a blatant weak link. It was just really weird.
You know what's funny? I remember that I remember reading that there were a lot of gamers that were that didn't realize that Ada Wong was Asian, so they were angry that Ada Wong was was now being played by an Asian. I'm like, wait, you
Oh,
didn't realize that Ada Wong was Asian.
yeah, the name didn't
Right.
give
The
away, huh?
name. The name
Right.
clearly.
I mean,
Well,
a lot of
thought
Caucasian people
he
named
was
Wong.
as
What do you
American
mean?
as apple pie.
Right.
I mean, I met
Yeah.
a Caucasian person
Yeah,
with
it
the
is.
last name Wong, but it's because they were married to somebody with the last name that was Asian.
Sure.
It happens.
Right. Yeah.
And you know what? If she was on the other foot, sometimes he would have like a whole ass like that's her name, the Asian, because it's either
Sure.
through marriage or it's like your dad was. So like
Yeah. Like the dad is like
that happens.
Asian, looks more Asian than you are. I guess. Yeah, that could happen
Mm.
too.
But I'm with you. But I mean, just in general, like Ada Wong was just kind of there. You
Yeah.
know? It never
Interesting.
really. She does a couple of the things that she's supposed to do from the game, but you never really have that interaction between her and Krauser.
Yeah.
For example. You know?
Right.
So
You don't have that classic line of like, well, if it isn't the bitch in the red dress.
So,
Yeah.
so my brother has been playing RE4, and it's funny because I didn't mention this earlier when like Apollo was talking about his experience trying to get the achievements, but he pretty much was saying the same thing when he was trying to get the, play the game on the highest difficulties and stuff like that, and he was saying like, as much as the game is good, like just the experience of having to play through the game, you start to get the errors to the mechanics or how some things are just really frustrating that like the mechanics of the game you come to really disdain. So like
Huh.
it sounds like the experience of, because he was talking about the whole like if you don't kill them, like if you don't shoot, if you miss your shot, there's gonna be these iframes moments of like they clearly don't grab you, but because the trigger of the animation is so far away that they just get you, right? Like
Right.
and you only really experience that stuff or really care about that stuff when you're playing on like the higher difficulties where like it really matters to like avoid those situations. So it's actually kind of interesting to hear like the whole that experience. He did say like Dead Space, he said overall Dead Space was he actually said like he felt that Dead Space was like more enjoyable more enjoyable because it was like it didn't have those problems, but at the same time he also enjoyed RE for its reimagining of things,
Right.
which of course clearly has
Yeah.
its flaws. So
I mean, I can understand that. RE4 is much more of like it is a remake. It's not like Final Fantasy VII remake, but it is
Yeah.
also
Yeah.
a reimagining in like in terms of a lot of the mechanics as well. Just and they're small shifts, but they make a big difference. Whereas Dead Space is much more like 1-to-1, but they made it a little faster, like Dead Space 2 or something like that. Like, but it is pretty much just like a 1-for-1 remake with a few extra things.
yeah, like maybe like a little bit of lore or something like that.
Yeah.
That was like slightly like added or something.
It is definitely why I really like the Capcom remakes, because they really
Yeah.
do reimagine the games from the ground up to the point where like they're basically a different game.
I mean, yeah, it's awesome, especially if you're a fan of like the original games, because they're retconning like a lot of story points and character points, like in good ways that like make it make more sense. And there's even stuff like I was watching Sphere Hunter, and she was talking about like, the chat was asking her like, oh, like which remake do you think is gonna be next? And she was like they probably won't make Code Veronica, and she was like, I actually think Code Veronica will be next. And I was like, wait, like how? Because usually Code Veronica is before 4, but she was explaining all these story points like Operation Javier and how in the original game like that whole thing is like because of the T Veronica virus in Code Veronica, but because it happened differently, like she thinks that'll be next, and it's like After Effects
Oh, I see.
Wesker and the Mercenaries like files and shit, and it's like that sort of stuff's super cool. Not to mention you have shit in the background, like where like again on stream, she's somebody in the chat's like, hey, what in that infamous like really difficult room in the castle, like the whatever the fuck, like the fountain room or whatever the fuck it is, like, and there's like all this like in the game, there's this black goo that they never really talk about, and people like, does that look like water? And she's like, no, it looks more like mold. And I was like, that's interesting. Like she just says all these things I would have never thought about. Like I played the game through a million times, and I'm like, I never saw that, and it's like, it's so cool.
I think I even saw some, emblems that looked a lot like the, like the emblems that used for the mold lady,
right?
Whatever her name is.
So they're like reconnecting like the overall,
connecting it, to the later games, yeah.
I see.
To make it all make more sense and seem in the same universe rather than like these disconnected things, which is super cool.
Which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the follow. Shrubby Spins. Nice. Shrubby Spins. But that's pretty cool, like that they're doing that. They're reconnecting a lot of like the bigger lore stuff in the overall world, which is good. Definitely good. But that's interesting that it's really like deep in there too. I wonder if there's like somebody like actually like it's like, oh yeah, we gotta put it here or something, or like they actually have like a list of things they need to put in. Like, how do you come in with that process of just trying to like put in those kind of Easter eggs all over the place?
Right.
I mean, they're Easter eggs, but then a lot of times they are story points, right? Where they're just filling out the story of a character like Luis, who in the original, like he's there for like not long, right? And like
he's
Leon says his name wrong when he's like Lewis and all this stuff, like like it's hilarious.
When he said it, I'm like, no, his name is Luis.
Yeah, exactly. And but then they fill out all this backstory with that lore that you're finding, right? And you realize, oh shit, like Chief Mendez, if you read through enough, like you realize Chief Mendez is actually Luis's grandfather. Or Luis was like, because they made in this time, like in the first one, he's like a researcher, but he's also like a cop, which was like, what the fuck does that even mean? But like, but in this one, they make it make more sense. We're like, oh yeah, he used to be an Umbrella researcher, and then again, if you go through the lore in his lab, you see that he's like part of this. Like, he has this picture where he's like with all these Umbrella workers, and it's like, oh, this is the Dream Team Umbrella 6 or whatever the fuck it was called, and Fear Hunter pointed out that like, oh yeah, that's the team that made Nemesis. So he was on the team that made Nemesis. He left the village, made Nemesis, came back, and then he was working for the Los Illuminados, which is like, that sort of shit is awesome. The fact that they even bothered filling that shit out is so cool. Like, it's such a cool thing to nerd out about. And again, I would have never found that. Even though I read everything, it's like, I wouldn't have put that together in a million years.
We were talking about like where like linear storytelling and the lore-based kind of environmental storytelling can have a balance. I feel like Resident Evil is one of those that like does a good job. Yeah, those
remakes, are doing such a good job. They're doing the remakes in particular, but I do think Village did a good job too, even though I didn't like some of the story points they did. But yeah, I feel like, in the last few years, Resident Evil has done an excellent job of that.
Let's see what we got. Hello. Oh, hi, Carlos. I'm just gonna call you Carlos on. Anti-Miterburst subscribed. Wow.
Well, no, it's thanks to Shrubby Spins who.
Oh wait a minute, he gifted a sub. Holy shit.
Yeah, he
even crazier. Never mind. I need to change my notifications so it actually shows me. First of all, damn. Thanks for the gift. Thanks for the gift you sub. Shrubby Spins. Nice.
That's very nice.
What was it talking about? Oh yeah, Resident Evil. What was it? How's it? What? Oh yeah, that's right. The lore, right? Like the lore, they're reconnecting things, and so they're. Are you think they're gonna just skip over the Resident Evil 6?
Are they?
There's
Are they? They're gonna do like it's the blight of the Resident Evil universe.
I don't know. Like I mean, we'll see if they even do it. You know,
Right.
because it depends on which one they do next, and if they even get to 5 down the line.
I mean, if they're reworking the story, both 5 and 6 will have to be just completely different.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
It
for
would have
sure.
to be like it'd be a very different game. It's like different story and everything, right?
Right.
Like in 4, like they are sort of building. It seems like they're building towards 5. Like I hope that's not the next one, but like in terms of the Wesker stuff and what he's saying, it is kind of building towards 5. But yeah, the story will be different. I mean, I don't know. 6 is that's a that's a tough one. I would if it was up to me, I would say just leave it alone. But yeah,
It's just let's just move on.
if anyone could make it better, it would be this team for sure. But is it even worth the time? Like I would say no.
Yeah, I mean, especially with something like 6, that it was like such a game that was, that was so much more about the fan service than the, as far as the
I mean,
story goes.
it was Capcom trying to capitalize on the major success that was 4 and then 5. 5 commercially, especially, and them just going, all right, let's put as many fucking characters and shit in here as we can. And it was just like, it was clearly not a labor of love in any way. It was all about, it was all about the money, nothing else, which,
Right.
the business, I get it, but like, that did bite them in the ass too, because that game didn't end up selling very well, and it became, it sort of became the joke that is still used a lot in the game industry as just like what not to do with a game and a franchise.
Right. Especially trying to like they like shove. It almost felt like it was like shoving different genres all into one.
Yeah, it was
one
trying to be
game.
everything all at once.
Yeah.
They
And
were
not
trying
in
to
a
go
good
after
way.
that sweet Call of Duty / Gears of War crowd.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Gotta get that Call of Duty money.
Yeah. I mean, thankfully they helped. They've learned their lesson. It looks like.
Seems like it.
Yeah, it seems
And
like
that-
they.
yeah.
Like, oh right, right, we do horror. That's right.
Yeah.
I guess except for like they haven't learned on the multiplayer front for some reason. Like
Oh,
they
yeah.
keep putting out
They
these
keep
shitty multiplayers,
They
and I'm like,
really
why
want
are we
to try
doing
and get.
this?
Yeah, they
Like,
really
what-
want to get that
Either
multiplayer
make us
money.
a new solid multiplayer or just make Outbreak. That's the obvious thing that everybody wants, and it's already got all the multiplayer baked in. Why don't you just do that? Like, if you're gonna do anything, but they keep putting out these very half-assed attempts, and I'm like, I don't understand.
What
You're
was the
hitting it
last
so
one?
hard in single player.
The last one was
Asymmetric. Reverse?
that was
I
the asymmetric asymmetric.
No, that was one before.
Oh.
The Reverse was it was a like proper multiplayer one where you play as like all the different characters and all the Resident Evil games, and
What was it? Was it a TDM or what?
I mean there was TDM in there. I don't remember. I never played it, so I don't remember if it was if there were other modes, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't. I only remember the asymmetrical one where you played the villain
Yeah.
or something like that.
Yeah.
That was in Resident Evil 3, Nemesis, right?
I think so.
Yeah,
It
that's
came
what I
out with
remember.
3, yeah.
Right. And then they made another one now. Like what?
Yeah,
they made
it-
Reverse. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean-
Reverse. It took like years to come out, and then
Oh.
look, it was shitty anyway. Yeah.
It sounds like it wasn't even worth every penny I paid for it, and I paid nothing for it because it came included with Resident Evil 8, if I recall.
Oh, oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Huh. Weird. Weird. All right, let's see what we
If
got
anything,
here.
makes me feel like, wait, should I not get Resident Evil 8? I don't want that.
Yeah, you're like because it's a must have, like it comes with it. You're like, oh god, no, I don't want to attach to this. It's gross.
Yeah.
Even though everything else is worth it, the thing that the bonus material is like the worst.
Yeah, it would be like, somebody gifted me a PS5, but it comes with a bonus MAGA hat. I'm like, why? Doing this to
What, you have to wear it like
me? Well, that's true.
while playing?
Still,
While
it's like, why would you do this?
you're like, I know it's just bonus, and I could just throw it away, but oh god, it just makes this whole experience.
Well, that's
seem
basically what we
worse.
all did with Resident Evil Reverse. Never downloaded.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, pretty much. It's the best thing to do for that.
In fact, there's a way to remove it from your library, so
Which is a good
thanks for
thing.
reminding me.
Oh, you can? Nice.
It was never here.
It never existed.
I am not affiliated with this company.
I never endorsed on this. Let's see. Difference between Arcane Lion. Oh
We
yeah,
already
right.
talked about
You already
that.
said that about. And then there was.
Wars
Oh right,
Visions?
Star Wars Visions. I haven't seen it
Well
yet. Have
done.
you seen it?
I did. I watched it on May the 4th. That's when it came out.
Ah, okay.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This one's
me-
more focused
haven't
on
seen
the fifth, actually.
Oh, yeah?
What?
Mm-hmm.
Focus
Yeah,
on
there's
what?
definitely more stories about the Sith. Or, with
Oh,
fifth
oh,
people in
okay. When you,
That's cool.
I thought you said the fifth, and I'm all like, the fifth? What do you mean?
Yeah, it's definitely more about Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah, I'm all
in
like,
the Star
what?
Wars universe.
Okay, interesting. So it has like Sith stuff, huh? Interesting.
Yeah.
That's cool.
In general, I actually liked the, I actually like this one more than the previous version. Like, the
Nice.
stories were more memorable, and the animation
Oh,
was
okay.
fantastic. Oh my god.
Yeah, I expect the animations to be amazing. The one that looks like Wallace and Gromit looks funny.
Yeah. There's other ones that are also, frame by frame animation. Like, I think there's one that my favorite one. It's called In the Stars. It's just absolutely amazing.
Mm.
The love and care that went into making making that animation, like pretty much all of them, but especially the ones that do that kind of like frame by frame is just absolutely amazing.
Nice. Yeah, I'll check it out for sure. At Shim Point.
Mm.
For me, the
Totally recommend it.
animations I've been binging is we're binging all of Attack on Titan. And then let's see, we just started watching a couple episodes of Blue Lock, but I don't know if we're gonna keep watching it.
What's that?
That Blue Lock, it has to do with it's like basically it's anime but soccer meets battle royale.
Hmm.
The battle royale part is because there's a common that is referring to the title. They're trying to make they're trying to have I guess in some ways this contest is to make the best soccer player, I guess you could say.
Mhm.
There's something called like I don't know if this, okay, I'm not really into soccer or football. I don't know if being a striker is a role. I guess it's a role in that sport. And the concept is that the best teams that wins World Cups have like really good strikers. And the antagonist in this story believes that you have to be an egotistical, like a really huge ego, almost down to psychopathic levels, I guess.
I see. So
to
yes, it
be
is
a
a
really good-
position on soccer.
Okay, yeah, striker. So yeah, striker is like the person that's making the goals, I guess, right?
Yeah,
it's
they're
lately-
they're basically the foremost guys on the offense.
Yeah, they're the offense player. Yeah, so basically, the Blue Lock is this contest where they're taking 300 Japanese soccer players and trying to obtain the best striker out of that, and in some ways craft them out of it through the trials that they go through will supposedly, to them at the very least, or the thesis is that it'll make the best striker and therefore Japan will win. And there's a lot of like stakes into having Japan like win, because there's just a lot of that passion for and nationalism that they have to kind of represent themselves in the world stage, and yet
Indeed.
Japan hasn't won a single one. So they haven't won any of their any of the World Cups. So yeah, that's what this is about. It travels, and you follow a character that has like doubts in himself, but has a lot of passion behind playing soccer, and a lot of and is very close to being the best, but there's something in him that's kind of like holding him back. And then some of the story is kind of showing that there's a little bit of a monster in each person, and like this contest might unleash that monster, and you need to be that monster in order to win, which kind of goes against some of the teachings of being a team player. And that's what this is all about. The big struggle is like, are you a team player, or are you like the ruthless like player that's just gonna go out and make the goals happen, make the win happen. And so far in the episodes I've been seeing, it's kind of going in that vein of like him trying to figure himself out in that amongst all other players. So it's interesting because it's not just about soccer. Like it's more like about being the best, and like how far are you willing to go? Are you gonna trample over your like teammates just to get there? And then I'm pretty sure there's gonna be like other elements and philosophical debates of what it means to be the best. So yeah, we can watch a couple episodes yet. Oh, also did watch I'm taking advantage of that Crunchyroll account and watching I just rewatched Ghost in the Shell Arise, and I like realized too, like that like what was it, the actress that played the English voice of Makoto Major Kusanagi, she plays somebody else in this show, because this is like a prequel, right? So this is like the actress for the voice actress for Motoko is somebody else, and the person that I guess was in the army, or like one of her commanding officers in the army, is being played by the actress that originally played Motoko.
Oh,
That's
Mary
interesting.
Elizabeth McGlynn.
Yeah, she's playing like, it's almost like those kind of like ways of like
in the original movie?
like the original the like standalone complex.
Oh, the
Like that one?
series.
Yeah, the
Jennifer
series.
Hale. That was Jennifer Hale.
Is it what?
Never had.
No, no, Mary Elizabeth McGlynn.
Oh, in the series? Really?
Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah.
I thought it was Jennifer Hale. Interesting.
And in the in the movie, I think it was a different actress. She
Yeah.
by the name Mimi Woods.
Yeah, so like yeah,
How are you
so it was
liking
pretty cool.
That one.
What, Ghost in Shell Rise?
I was just gonna say Metal Gear. Yes, Ghost in the Shell Rise.
I mean, I like it a lot. I don't like they have another one that's like all in 3D, and I'm not really a fan of like
That's
fully
what I
3D.
thought you were talking about there.
It's very different.
That's
Like the
like-
one I'm talking about is
Oh,
like
yeah,
they're
that's
like
the one I thought you
movie
were talking about,
quality.
too. Yeah.
Like each episode is called like a border. They call it border 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the what is it calls it? The each one is like an hour long, so it's like
It's like kind of like movie. And then
Yeah, I've seen those. I thought you were talking about the 3D one. The 3D one kind of sucks.
no, I didn't see the 3-1. I didn't bother. I tried like 2 sec. I like tried like watching one episode. I'm like, oh god, I really don't like this animation. Like fully 3D for like the robots and like mechanical things. Like they can do it and they do it well. But then when they like try to do humans, like it's just man, that's just it's not working, man. It's not working for me. It's it needs more animation like quality to pull it off, in my opinion, to really do well. Meaning like they don't do enough. Like it's just so stiff. There's just not enough squash and stretch in the way they move, and then like so there's like they yeah, like there's just not, they don't like nail the style of it in the same way of like say a CG animation you would get from, I'm not saying they're going to do a Pixar or anything, but like they could do effects that would hide these things maybe, or even do it in a way where like it's not nearly as noticeable. But yeah, like I think that's the problem I had with it in general. Whenever they do 3D on humans, there's just something too stiff about it, or I don't know. I mean, like think about like maybe Spider-Man, Spider-Verse, like that like is well done because like they still have facial expressions and they still do a lot of quicker movements, and they add the squash and stretch and like how a body would work and how it would look in camera, even if it's like really fast movement stuff. Just for some reason it just looks like puppets whenever they move them around. I don't understand like why. What is the thing that's holding them back? I think it's just maybe like it just takes so long. Like I think a lot of people when they think 3D, there's like, oh yeah, you just make them 3D model and you just animate it. And we're like, nah, man, this is like way more complicated than you expect. Like, in order to pull off the squash and stretch stuff, you have to be able to rig in all that's happening with the body so that the animator can then figure it out in post. But when by the time that you're probably already doing that, you're probably like taking forever to just get the rig in the first place, and you can't work backwards probably, but probably the production's already like halfway through.
I always figure the problem is, like I always say, that with 2D you have the gift of exaggeration, 3D you have the curse of accuracy.
Mm.
And
yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
And what I mean is that if you want a 3D model to look like, with 3D, you have to cheat a lot just to exaggerate it because it's always going to tell the truth for what it is. Drawing, you can play with scale a lot easily. It's an abstraction where that's possible to happen, where something looks right, but it doesn't necessarily look correct in 2D. And
right.
With 3D models, what you see is what you get, unless the animator or rigger or modeler is willing to, play with some things on camera or play with some things on the model itself just to give the illusion of exaggeration.
Mm.
And, it's a doable thing. It's just not a convenient thing to do it.
Yeah, that's actually very true. If this may not be like a good example for like an animation necessarily, but it applies to this situation. When they animated things in Overwatch, they actually had to stretch out like models far further than exceeded and was actually meant to. So like there's like these squash and stretch moments where, say, McCree's arm swings, and you only see it for a couple seconds, but his arm is actually absurdly stretched out. And that's done on purpose because of the squash and stretch, and to kind of fake this kind of detail of motion. his arm whipping to it. So it adds that character to it, and that's what there's a lot of anime does not pull off for whatever reason. One day they'll get there, but I bet you it costs a lot of money just for them to like just keep on having to do stuff like that.
Yeah, I always felt that a lot of 3D animation in Japan hasn't quite gotten to that mode where they can play with it as much. Like
Right.
they still feel like they're just getting the basics. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't, studios that don't get it, but most of them tend to be game studios or in not indie studios. How would I put it? Like they may be professionals who are playing with it as a hobby,
Mm.
but they're just trying to get the theory behind it on their spare time.
Mm-mm. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's definitely the case. Like, it gotta be the case when it comes to it. Like, that they haven't just breached that next singularity. Yeah, blowing up enough for it to
Like, oh,
make it work.
as far as using CG to like, save animation time on drawing, I guess mecha or cars, that's their most practical use of it because when it
Right.
comes to people, it's not the same thing, but that's why it looks off in things that they do with people.
Right. Right.
They'll
They just haven't gotten
I
there
do
yet.
think the research and development is there. It's just that it's not being applied in what we're seeing right now.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it changes. I'm
I'm
sure
sure it
that
will.
like I'm sure like you will they'll figure it out and find ways how to do some certain effects. I think there is some animations that pull off 3D and I don't even notice it sometimes. I feel like I mean I could be wrong about this one, but I feel like Demon Slayer has some moments where they have 3D in there and it's like really well done, and I barely notice it. Um, and it's not necessarily that they are applying onto like humanoid people, but for the most part, yeah. Like there's like these moments where like I could tell like oh this feels like this wasn't handmade, but it looks great and it
Right.
pulls off the effect really well, and it's really a treat to see. So I think there is a middle ground. It really has to do with just experimentation in the end, I suppose. But yeah, yes, Ghost of Shell Rise is pretty damn good.
Mhm.
I enjoy it. And I think there's like this one movie one that they have, but I haven't seen it yet, so I'm gonna check that out eventually. Yeah, I'm probably gonna catch up with some other stuff too, like some maybe newer Gundams or something like that. Because I remember I used to watch Gundams and stuff like that, and like those mecha anime. So I'm gonna catch up with some of that stuff. Check out some
Nice.
good old mecha anime. Maybe even like rewatch some stuff. But yeah, I do think Attack on Titan's going in a really interesting direction. I enjoyed the season 4 stuff. I mean,
I guess
season
that's a
3 was
mech.
also really good too.
I guess
Yeah, it's a
that's
mech anime.
That's technically
Yeah,
a mech
it's-
anime.
yeah, it's a mech anime with flesh.
Mhm.
Oh man, I remember somebody was saying that, and like, some people were like disturbed by like how it's like no, like no. It's like come on,
Yeah, it definitely is.
it definitely
Sort of.
is. Like just accept it. Fleshy mech anime. That's what it is. Oh man. Um. Oh, that's right. In My Hero Academia, I haven't really watched much of the most recent season, so I haven't watched any of that. But I guess I'll catch up with that. That'll be another thing to catch up with.
What season are they on? I think the last time that I watched anything was on like season 3 or something, right?
Oh, yeah, they're like. But Brenda, what season is My Hero on? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
It's up there.
I even lost track where the hell we left off.
I honestly, yeah, we have definitely forgot like where we left off.
I think
It's
it's
such
like season 5 or 6 right now.
yeah, I haven't.
I fell off that trade pretty quickly.
It's a lot to catch up with.
Yeah.
That's what's going on that. Well, I'm pretty
I
sure,
think, like,
Brenda.
the
I think we're on the
season
recent.
too.
We are on the recent season 6, actually. We just haven't finished it.
Yeah, same. I kind of stopped it after, I guess, Deku's just going open world, roaming the city, and supposed to be facing someone who's a fairly popular character who's got a very interesting quirk. And then I'm like, okay, I'll watch that later when they have more episodes because I like binging the series. So I tend to wait
sure.
a while until it builds
Yeah.
up, and then I'm like, oh, I'll just binge it. But some series I just can't because like Demon Slayer, I wait a while for it, and then I binge it to start. Then I start like watching it at a slow crawl, going like, okay, I'm just catching up now. So
I think that yeah, like I feel like the same thing. Like Demon Slayer, I'm okay with. Like it's if Demon Slayer feels shorter, you know, like you can,
yes.
you know, like you don't have to wait like a really long time for it to build up towards something. You know what I mean? Um, yeah,
It does have a good way of convincing its story beats. And
yeah,
now that the manga's finished, all they have to do is just adapt it as straight as possible, which they've been doing fairly well. So I'm sure that whatever they have planned for the rest of the series, they are not necessarily going to be taking their time, but they have been working things out in a very controlled fashion, and I like that.
yeah. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. And then was it Attack on Titan's done, right? Like it's the manga's done.
Manga's done, yeah, and they're just spacing. They're just taking their sweet time getting the anime finished, so they're probably going to be like, "Oh well, guess what? Well, we're working on another final season." they'll be Street Fighter 2ing the shit, where it's like this
Yeah,
is the
Turbo.
final season, part
Yeah,
3,
Turbo
part
Mega.
2.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing where like the last episode will be turned into a whole, a new season, and then the last episode of the new season will be, turned into a whole new season, so on and so forth.
Oh man,
This is
I
the
think
last season. We promised this time, but not really.
it's like they're
production has decided we want to work on.
they'll
more.
even have like story excuses for it to continue, where they'd be like, oh, the world ends and now we've reset and now it's gonna go back to the status quo again, and then you're gonna have to live and reincarnate, and you see Eren again, and he has to do it all over, but then he gets the memories of his previous, so now he has to make the choice to do I continue the annihilation of the world, or I don't know, whatever they want.
This shit.
I mean, it's finally ending. Like, you really can't have another Stanley Kubrick, 2001, Space Odyssey moment. Like, like when they're in that whole thing.
Yeah. I feel you. It's really like one of those things where it's like there's no way you can write yourself into extending it at this rate. At this point, they're like, but money.
right.
But franchise.
Which don't get me wrong, I enjoy the anime, but I'm excited to finally see the conclusion of the story.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I do like where it shifted though, like how it shifted and stuff. From
You had to get through that first, through that first, the first half of the third season, right?
something like that, where it's like, I mean, there was a lot of people that said the second season was really boring, but I actually enjoyed it.
Oh, me too.
I was.
I mean, that's one of the
I get
dramas that-
why people were bored at it, but I guess.
Well, that's
Yeah.
when it starts getting more intriguing, when you start realizing it's like,
I
oh,
mean,
there's more to the plot.
Well, yeah, like I liked it for the whole spy thing, right? Like there was a traitor amongst them type of stuff, and that was really interesting because made me think about like how the spies or the traitors, I guess you could say, were sent there kind of thing, and they became almost like it's like that story of like the spy turning their coat, right? Like they end up, because that they had so much empathy with the people that they were spying on, they end up becoming the traitor themselves, betraying the very mission that they had or something like that. And I mean, I like that aspect to kind of like add layers to those characters that when you were with previously, I was all like, what are these guys? These are guys that just like in the background kind of like just going, yeah, let's go, wee, and like they weren't really that interesting. But then I realized the reason why they were so boring was because they were spies the whole time.
Right.
And they're on purpose trying to like keep themselves low key and not stand out too far out from the crowd. Even if it wasn't like something they intentionally meant to do, but yeah, I thought it was, all the reveals were pretty cool. So it's kind of cool, like having a show that starts off as, oh, the premise is you've heard this before, zombies, but this time they're giants, and like that's like what it was in the beginning, but then like it totally turned on its head, and now it's like, oh, it turns out this is a war spy thriller thingy. I don't know, like,
Yeah.
Yeah, so it became more that, and that was what was really cool. I think that setup was nice. Did not expect, for sure. Did not expect. Did not see that coming.
Yeah, it turned out to be more interesting than we all originally thought, right?
Yeah, because it's like, at first I was all like, oh, survival, zombies, right? And then, intrigue, maybe the zombies are really just people inside there, and you're like, oh, that's the big mystery, right? But then but then when they reveal the real thing, then it's like the real, like the wool that's pulled over everybody, the veil that's pulled over everybody's eyes. That was like, oh, okay. And I think somebody said that doesn't really capture the story, but might be a good summary of it, is like, I don't know if I want to talk about it, but like I feel like it would be too spoilery, right, to talk about, but yeah.
But
I mean, about like the overall story at this point, up to like season when like season ending season 3 and then season 4, all that was,
yeah, for people who still want to catch up to it, like, it's a big reveal. It's like, oh,
right, yeah,
that's cool. Yeah, it's something that just it's interesting that they've
Does anybody care
the-
about that spoiler?
I mean, literally, the world just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
No
Not
one.
me, but what about the chat? Do they care?
No, I don't think
Chat is-
anybody. No, we're good. We're solid.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
like like
Oh yeah, it's really just me watching. Good.
The Village, like that M. Night Shyamalan, The Village. That's not really a good, regardless if you hate it or not. But like the whole concept that they're isolated and that the world outside of it, turns out their island is like there's a giant, huge world around them, that is flourishing countries, and
They
they're
thought
actually.
Japan was the only country to have ever survived whatever apocalypse, But no, it turned out that they were just isolated there.
Yeah, they were isolated there, and the freaking Titans were actually just prisoners, uh, that were being transformed on purpose and throwing them into the island. And for all they knew, that the people at the island, what I forget, did they think that people at the island was still alive or something, or I guess.
You
Yeah,
mean
they were
people
the people in
in the rest
paradise.
of the world?
They called it paradise. The island that they're on is called paradise, and the people that were in the walls are said to be of, like, descendants to this all to a crater called Ymir.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's when they're like, oh, they're the enemies, and they're just living in hiding while we'll flourish outside in the real world. I guess you could say real world,
Right.
because like all the other continents are flourishing and in connection with each other, and they're like evolving. And it's just that the place that they're at are just people that are, the reason why they haven't had made contact to the outside world is because there is a part of the Titan. One of the Titan abilities is that they can literally mass erase everybody's memory and manipulate it. And the government that they work for, that is, fear the Titans and all that stuff, really are just like using that as to gain control or keep the population under control.
Mm-hmm.
And that the Titans weren't just some random zombies that were just being thrown at them. In some sense they were, but they were being told that there was nothing else out there, and they're the last part of humanity.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, as in,
So really, they just lied about being post-apocalyptic. It's
Yeah,
everything's fine
yeah.
outside.
Right. Yeah. And then they had their reasons too, because then like it gets more
sure.
complicated. Yeah. It gets more complicated because like why I'm saying that it's interesting. This goes from zombie apocalypse to like war, like legitimate war. Like it when they finally, I guess, introduce themselves to, say, the world outside their walls, that's when like their past histories and what their race is comes into play, and how it's really fucked up, like some of the nations, how they treat their people, uh, that is related to like people that grew up on the island, or like people like Aaron.
Onyanko, why is your skin black? Yeah, I heard about that scene.
Yeah, there was like that. There was definitely a
Wait, what
situation
scene?
like that. There was a character that was black, and then like they never seen a black person before, and then they had like that moment of like, oh, there's other nations out there that has varying skin tones.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
That. I was a little awkward, right?
Well, at
No, I
least they
really
like
liked the
addressed
fact-
it.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
No, I definitely liked how the the world just became bigger, and you realize that the show always felt like um like a story about the horrors of war, and how people are just when they give up their lives for for their nation, or for for their people, like it's not heroic, or or beautiful. People just go out in in the worst of ways, and war is just carnage. But it went from just being a metaphor about war to being like literally about war between the people who are called the subjects of Ymir, and then the rest of the world.
Yeah.
When I
Yeah.
hate them, so
All right, man.
There's
The
also-
whole Marley country, man. That was fucking damn. It's really interesting seeing child soldiers being crafted in a way that they were doing it, like giving them praise for killing people. Like the Marley is literally fucking using Titans as like their nuclear weapons. Like that's their war. It's fucking weird. And then that they use the Titans as a way to transform these kids eventually, and they only have a shelf life of 13 years. So that these kids who are really trying to like just make their way in the nation that hates them because of their race, and then like because they feel the need to gain the respect of their peers, they
submit themselves to the warrior unit, and they try to fight and honor and gain honor for their family because they want citizenship for Marley, basically, to be recognized. And it's just like it flips the whole concept of mind control to the beginning of this, or the near the end of season 3, where it's literally a superpower that a person has to mind control their citizens. But now you have a nation who just mind controls them by just this sociopathic thinking that, oh, you got to kill these other people that are against our nation to earn your place with us. And
Yeah,
even
it's
then,
a lot
that's
of
not even a
things about-
promise. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely like it really deals with like pretty heavy themes of like racism, of like the people of of Ymir, the people who turn into Titans are basically treated like the way in which they're treated, that resembles and mirrors a lot the way that the Jewish people were treated in uh, Germany World War One. I mean,
Yeah,
World War
they
Two.
literally have patches that identify if they are people of Ymir, and they have to get passes to leave outside their walls just so that they could go outside. And then you have color-coded ones that say that, like, if you have the gray one, you're just a citizen or something, right, of Ymir, or people of Ymir within those walls. And then there's the yellow, and then there's the red. The red one is the one where you're in either you are a family member of a trainee, or you are a trainee, or you are in. I think the yellow is actually the one where you're the warrior, right? Like, you actually have the Titan in you.
Inherit the Titan.
I think so.
Oh, is it yellow? Wait, is it red that?
Red is that you're actually the
Okay, so red is the one where you actually have the Titan, and your family
the
gets the
family
red
of the
patch because you're honoring your family, for the country of Marley. And then the yellow one is the trainee. So you get these fucking people get better treatment, and they're like just indoctrinated to think that that is just the way of life. And it's fucking nuts how you see them, but then they're fighting against the characters you've grown up through the last 3 seasons with. And then you're just seeing like there's this big difference between killing Titans, who are, as what they thought was just monsters. Now they have to go fight people, and fucking killing kids. Like, you're fucking seeing like the damage that happens is just fucking, man, fucking ruthless. What they end up doing was just like, man, it's just like, and it's only, what was it, like season 4? That's when all that shit happens. It's crazy how you spend 3 seasons and it doesn't even touch that stuff until season 4.
Yeah, that's what I love about
Weird.
the show. It just like really expands into something that it begins really, very simply, and still interesting, and it just becomes ever more interesting and interesting.
Yeah, it's like it's almost as if season 4 is like a different series altogether. Because then like the technology changes too. You're actually seeing like a little bit of how the effects of like their gear that they use to kill Titans are now modified with like guns on it. Like there's a literal Rugers on their weapons instead of a sword. And they're like going around like ninjas, and it's just like it's crazy.
Right.
And then like or what about like the Titan where they put the fucking turrets on the Titan? Like
yeah.
now it's what the fuck?
So that's another thing that
Yeah.
I like about it. Like they do always they use their props smartly. They everybody feels like they're playing as smart as they can do it. Like sometimes enemies and rivals they just don't, like, the fights are just not good. Like sometimes they just don't feel like they're playing it smartly, and like all the all the fights in Attack on Titan always feel like everybody's playing to to the best of their abilities.
Like, yeah, to their strengths, and then like how the technical it could be for them using it.
Yeah, it never really comes down to like to two people shouting and throwing lights at each other, like you never had the Kamehameha
Right,
moments,
it
right?
didn't
Where
have-
people are
That's
like
true.
ah.
Yeah, there's not like this one power that like beats them all.
Mhm.
Yeah, and then I did see. I remember we did talk about it, and you were talking about the whole genocide aspect, and like I see what you mean, and I see what you were trying to like not come like pull too much of a reveal for, I guess.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean that was pretty wild, especially so in this one it's like the main character is no longer the protagonist; he's just the antagonist the entire time, and like he's the big bad, he's the villain,
Yeah.
of the story, and it gets
It gets
like
to the point where he's like, I understand his thinking. If we're going to be, if it comes to the ultimate, test of survival, if it's, us versus them, and you absolutely cannot coexist, well, you have to destroy everybody absolutely.
right, yeah.
Like
It-
that's what it comes down to. I mean, the character just does not believe that
that there is
that
ever a
the
possibility,
coexistence is ever a possibility. Right?
right? And they do a good job of convincing you that it could be the case too. That there is no way that anybody would accept anybody, and,
Right.
and just try to work for peace, because this whole season like spent a good time of just really showing us the disgusting like layers of war, and just the prejudices that come with like a supposed history. Who knows if the past was actually the way they say it. So basically the concept is that the people that are on the island that have been fighting all the Titans, they're called Eldia people, right? Or something like that.
Right, I forgot what they were called. Yeah.
So they're
Eldians.
people of the Eldians, right? So these Eldians, they're descended from let's say that their people are a lot like the Vikings or the Mongolians, right? Like they're just were bred for war and conquering, and all they know in history is that Eldians did for like 2,000 years, and then eventually when they conquered everything, they started infighting, and the Titans were used as these kind of ways to devise power and fight over amongst each other, and now, uh, like all that had happened. The let's skip the other stuff, but let's get to the point of now where now people only see Eldians as like, oh, your ancestors are the ones that brought us to the brink of destruction. Like, you're cursed people, and you should repent for that. And so they get treated all the time on just their past, and then that becomes like why they are like in a lot of ways enslaved, because they're the only people that genetically can even use the Titans, or even can come close to it, I guess.
Yeah, they're the only ones who can. It's in their genes. Like it's genetic.
Right, it's genetic that they are the only ones that can become the Titans, and they're also the ones that amongst them somebody has a lineage that can then, or actually, yeah. So they basically said that like you could change them into Titans, so they become zombies, right? But if the zombie, their version, like when they transform, if they eat somebody that has a specific power, so there's the Armor Titan, there's the Colossal Titan, there's Aaron's Attack Titan. So there's these different types of Titans, and there's only 9 in the world. And if they get eaten by your zombie Titan version, you gain the power and become conscious again, and could transform between Titan and human. And so now they're being used as like, again, the whole war effort between Marley and just conquering other fucking countries. But technology is catching up too, so there's also that, where Titans may not be relevant at a certain point, but war will always be relevant, and and they really show it really like in such a harsh way of like showing that there's just always a reason for somebody to continue trying to conquer each other or trying to best each other, even when it seems like that they're trying to come to a truce.
And what I'm referring to is like maybe Carlos could remember this one is it's the guys that in black suits. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Guys in black suits.
Like they were what happened was is that they're people of different homelands, and they're only part of the Marleyan army because their homeland was conquered by Marley.
Mm-hmm.
And then they became soldiers, and then they were on a boat that went to the Paradise Island, and they got captured. But really, what happened was that they wanted to build a relationship with the people at the Paradise Island.
They're
or the
basically,
aliens.
you know, the ones that kind of stand for the nation of what would be China in that world. I
I
think.
guess.
I think because it.
Is
Because
it
it
one
feels
with
like
the
it's a-
because that team was like that blonde lady, and then like the other guy was a black dude, and then there was like these other people. They were like they I don't know why
They're
they
from
were
like
like
the
wearing
other
black suits.
right. I think they're from the other countries the Marley, conquered.
Conquered, yeah, exactly. They were part of different countries that Marley had already conquered, and they tried to kind of make a deal or like help progress their Paradise Island, or I don't know what you want to call them anymore. And then because they hated Marley enough to see if they wanted to see if they could overthrow him with the help of these people. But then lo and behold, they also had, one of them at least had another another plan too to was it kill the Eldians or something like that? Because they wanted to end all Titans or something like that. Because the idea was that if they killed all Eldians, they would never, the technology of Titans would not exist no more. There would be nobody in the bloodline to ever turn into a Titan ever again. So that was like another, oh, they're not actually friends here.
Right.
And then there's like the Japanese country, whatever that one is. That one was only helping the Eldians because there was profit to be made.
Right. That's the one that I was thinking. Never mind.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. That one, yeah, that was interesting. She was pretty. Oh man, it gets complicated, man. There was like this. I think the child soldier thing was really interesting with Marley. Yeah. And then you get to follow them, and then how they had their view of what the Eldian people on the Paradise Island was like. How they're like, oh, you're devils and stuff like that. But the irony is that the other side would be saying the same thing, and on and on the hate goes.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I can. The story is so deep, though. Like, it just got so much layers. It got crazy. I think the spy too. Hey, what about Rainer?
Oh yeah.
Rainer was pretty interesting because he almost had this problem where he had a split personality. Yeah, I feel like he kind of had a split personality where he
No, that was definitely split personality. It was it was confusing when you were watching it on the second season because you kept wondering, it's like, wait, why is he different now? But it's definitely just completely revealed later on. It's like, oh no, he developed to cope with the hordes that he was having to do to the people living in the Eldians living in the Paradiso. He developed this split personality to be able to actually carry on with the mission.
Yeah, he kind of did a Revolver Ocelot, where he's part of him was viewed them as the main characters as comrades, and he really felt genuine pain when they were suffering from the things he was doing. But then at the same time, he would then just switch back to being, oh, I'm a Marleyan soldier. You're my enemy. I'm going to kill you type of thing. And it's just it's fucking wacky.
Yeah.
Crazy. And his mental breakdown was Jesus. This was extreme.
Yeah, I definitely like how it, it analyzes a lot of these characters. I've never seen a show that that goes so deep into something like, say, like you were talking, like the child indoctrination, like in this themes of themselves in order to like try to gain the acceptance of the majorities, but the majorities will never accept them.
Right. And then at the same time, the people that are like they're not of that race. I found it like it was interesting too, because like there's one of the commanders of the warrior unit. Mind you, the warrior unit, these are all kids, and these kids are trainees to eventually inherit the Titans, which would then cut their life down to only 13 from the time that they for only 13 years from that point that they obtained the Titan. And it was interesting how like the commander like ironically had a moment to meet the commander of the other Paradise Island trainee trainer that was training these kids to fight Titans. And they were like had a moment where as if they both understood what terrible things they did, and how like terrible things in the sense that you're training these kids to go out to die, right? Like that's essentially what it was. And they had a moment in the one of like the at the very end where they coincidentally met, and they both had to stop one of the ships from going. Do you know what I'm talking about? Was it like I think the end movie one, where it's like the hour long one? Does that ring a bell?
Say that again. The what?
The movie one where it's like the guy. So there's the trainer or the commander of the warrior unit from Marley, but then there's the trainer in that whole training arc where he's teaching all these kids how to kill Titans.
Oh yeah.
And those two commanders coincidentally met, right? Like they both happen to help each other, and then do the last thing they possibly could to help this impending apocalypse.
Right.
I find it interesting because like I think about how like it's very relatable between the two characters, because one is training these kids to go kill, to die fighting off these what they think is zombies or something, right? Like the Titans. And then the other spectrum is that he's training these kids to like literally go to war, kill people for the nation, and then and still die. Like they're not going to live past 13 years after the point. And there's like this, like they have camaraderie because they're in the same unit and they're like teammates, but at the same time there is also that guilt that clearly he feels that these kids, he's robbing them of their future essentially. Right. And it's like the only thing he could do to help them by sacrificing himself to stop that ship from going off, to stop them from fighting Eren or something, or stopping Eren. I don't know. I think there's a lot of I guess like my point is like there's a lot of like characters they build up from the beginning of the series that then get it gets mirrored by a completely different character in a lot of ways. Like for instance, maybe like Sasha's character, she's the one that likes to eat meat, and she's like, oh my god, I love meat and stuff like that. And we had these like moments where it just like it was just kind of more of a character building at first, but then it becomes a bigger story because she's the hero of a potential what would have been a victim to the Titans, and then later on when she gets killed by the other side, that same girl that kills Sasha ironically meets the very person that Sasha saved years ago and reveres as a hero.
Yeah.
And then now they're literally like they become friends, but they're literally friends on from opposing enemy lines, because the
the character from Marley, the little girl who's part of the warrior unit. I forget her name. What was it? Well, I think she had two names. So there's one with the name that she was pretending to be like Maria or something like that, and then her like actual name. But anyway, so like, yeah, she happens to go on, to be in a situation similar to Raynor, where they're in the island, and they know the truth of what's outside the island, but they also believe the lie of like, I mean, or maybe the twisted history. I wouldn't say lie, but the twisted history of how their ancestors were, terrible people, and then that's why they live the way they do in Marley. And then they have to use them, post them up as devils or post them up as the enemies. But I like how like that whole thing connected, and how somebody like that girl, her whole like indoctrination of like thinking about everybody on the island is devils, they're not humans.
Right.
That eventually she's coming to realize like how much she's been drinking that Kool-Aid, and how ironically the person that she made friends with, she killed her hero, because of revenge, and then now it's flipped because now the person that she was getting closer to and her family, they find out the truth that she's the one that murdered not only her hero but also the people that she was living with. It happens to be the family, happens to be the actual mom and dad and the brother and sister, and yet despite all that, the father and the mother still accepted her because they saw her as just a girl, in this extraordinary circumstance. So they almost
she has a great character arc that I feel like definitely reflects that whole cycle of the whole cycle of hate, the ideas of people, the ideas of like these people kill these other people, so I hate them now. And you can see how like through her character arc, like different sides see each other as demonize each other, and some, but also eventually how they can both find some sort of reconciliation between them.
Right. Yeah, it's so, man, it's it's so crazy. I hope we get to like maybe see more of a redemption for her character too, because man, I mean, as much as I can see the story and stuff like that, I definitely was like, oh, I hate you because you're just so annoying. You're so annoying in the sense that you just never question the belief system that she had until it's just like far too late. And it's like, but I think it's well deserved and well written in that way, where it's like it totally makes sense that she's just like so sucked in, right? So sucked in into the belief system. Yeah, really, bravo to them on that stuff. I think
We lost Apollo.
we lost Apollo. I think it's
We
just
might have had to
probably
go,
because it's the midnight.
It's already
Yeah.
midnight. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's probably a good time to call it quits. We'll reconvene at another time.
We'll come back around to some topics.
Yeah, for
which
sure.
We never touched.
I mean, there's definitely some other stuff that we could. I mean, there's also the new Apex stuff that's coming out too. Oh, also, I did see I saw the first episode of that that D posted.
Unicorn?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Unicorn. I
Warriors Eternal.
yeah. In general, I like Tartakovsky. I can't say his name all the time.
Tarkovsky.
Tartakovsky. Yeah. In general, I
cool.
love all his stuff. So I like.
Chances are, if you know his name, you know his work.
Yeah, Primal was really fun. I like that show a lot. Okay. Yeah, we can. Yeah, we'll reconvene at some other point. Thanks for joining. Thanks for chatting.
Of
It's been fun.
course. And as I said, if I'm absent next week, you'll know why. It's because of Zelda, baby. Okay.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. I would not stop you, man. You gotta go for it.
Yo,
All right,
yo.
y'all. I will
Have a good night, everyone.
see y'all later. Bye bye. Everyone,
Peace.
Yeah, man.